kill with the warrior poet, spitting out the facts, artillery loaded, perfecting our craft, yeah you know we devoted. I know what I want so I'm staying focused. You hitting up my line, it's on do not disturb. Don't need a fool who can't even back up his words. Had to burn bridges and take different roads. You might think I'm toxic, but homie, I got goals.
Hi guys, welcome to another episode of the Warrior Poet Show. How we doing, Thomas?
I think we're doing good. Not only your glasses on wrong, but we're here having some good ass coffee, right?
Well, they're wrong for you, sir, but I identify them as right.
Well, you know me. If it's a little wrong, it must be right.
Yes, so, and in other terms, we can agree to disagree, or are we just agreeing?
Well, then the question would be that if you lived in a perfect world, you're missing out on certain joys and lust and luxuries that you would never feel in a perfect world. Because a perfect world is a perfect world for like the many others. So if you highly desire to like murder and stuff, you'd never be able to indulge in that world.
Whoa, we're going there, and we're not even a minute in.
I mean, if you want to, because that's like your heaven, my hell, but like if things are all perfect and in accordance with the best outcome possible, then that means we have to leave behind a lot of petty loves and petty feelings that we would never be able to experience otherwise because we're not imperfect.
Right. No, yeah, that's completely understandable, but isn't that true for just about anybody and their in your own inherent duality? Like, we cannot disregard that in and of itself,
Yeah, I would say that is inherent because it's like the concept that hypocrisy does not mean deceit. Just because you're a hypocrite doesn't mean you're lying to someone. And a lot of times we think people who are hypocrites are liars because it's like, okay, well, Islam is a religion of peace, but I saw some videos on some shady websites and it doesn't look that peaceful. And it's like, you can't play lines like that. That doesn't work,
Yeah. Well, we keep talking about this, but I think a lot of the problem is not necessarily like the teachings of the Quran. They're actually quite beautiful, and I mean, it's discipline in and of itself, like you could it's just like that culture gets revered as oppressive quite often, but it's just they're walking the narrow path. Leave them alone, like when we went to Qatar for the World Cup and people were trying to like waltz in there with their gay pride shit. It's kind of like, look, it's better that we don't impose ourselves on them because they're not imposing themselves on us. Now, what's going on in the Middle East in terms of warfare is there's a lot of radicals. There's people that are completely married to... No, you're good. You good? There's people that are completely married to these ideas. And so they end up doing atrocities, for what they believe is an act of holiness, something that will get them in the right light of God. But a lot of it could be brainwashing also,
My brain sometimes like fissures and cracks because there's this idea of like, you say that they are dead set on it. They take it hook, line, and sinker. It's the truth because it's the truth and nothing else, but it's the truth, right?
Okay.
But what if biologically different minds act different and some people need that absoluteness? Like they don't function with quasi. They need to live a happy, healthy, productive life. They need like the truth is the truth and it's the truth because it's the truth. Like what if religious people
you're not
are just
talking
like
about
that?
truth. You're talking about faith. And yes, we all need that. I need that. And atheists believe in something.
But you don't need that at absolutes because you merit that you don't get a religion and go to the absolutes on it. You merit that you get a religion and you pick out the things that are fruitful and good for you in your life and your adventures.
Yeah, but that in and of itself is absolutes. Like, do not kill. That's an absolute that can be transcending religion in and of itself. So, like, yeah, of course I'm going to take that and put it into my own philosophy.
But, like, you don't swallow it all because there's things that you don't believe in as well. Like, there's, like, covering stuff, which that's an argument on itself, but you just generally don't believe in it,
Yeah.
Like, you could see the merit of it because, yeah.
Well, the ritualistic stuff that you find in every religion, yeah, I don't see the merit in that.
Yeah, hey, bro, you want to come over and I dunk you in some water? Like, that's neither here nor there, you know?
and you will be saved. It's like the thing about certain positions of power is that they're associated with benevolence and holiness and these religious institutions, you know. And so I get a little bit queasy about it, but that doesn't mean I don't believe in them. I see the importance of them.
So here's a connection that not a lot of people would make. But in Islam, you're not to have idols. For if there's an idol, a structured idol or something, you're supposed to tear it down as soon as you see it. You know, there's that idea of idolatry. Sorry, and I'm a theological scholar. Shit, idolatry, and it's like you made a picture of Muhammad. Hey, that's like a real bad one. Like that, you need to be killed. And it's like, why is that so important? But like, if we try to take away like that sounds very crazy. You know, I draw Muhammad and you're going to kill me. It's like, there is a problem at the other end, and it's not the solution to the Islamic problem of killing people for drawing images. But the other problem at the other end is like the United States, where we idolize too much. If a guy comes up and he wants to be president and he doesn't have the it factor, he ain't going to get it. Power seeks like character. Is what I would say. Power seeks character.
I would agree with you up until Biden showed up. That guy's just the wrench. How was the expression? Like throwing the wrench in the monkey machine or something?
Yeah, but Biden is a remedy to something. Biden is like a cure to evil orange man, and Biden has the established, like, Biden is behind the not racist, the not Trump, the not, you know?
Well, it turns out that Biden is a racist.
But is he not a character?
He's a caricature. Definitely. And I find it hilarious how you're right. He is essentially the Band-Aid that the public used to mitigate their wound that they had from Mr. Trump, the evil orange man. But then as time went on, literally days, in my opinion, after Biden took office, I started to notice something weird. First of all, they were demonizing Trump for the state of affairs. And I understood one thing. The state of affairs, the current state of affairs at the time, was in really... sorry. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm going down with a cough or something. Or maybe Anyways. At that time, I understood that it was COVID or the C word. Man, it's just like, even the word is now like woo woo. It's like, oh, Voldemort, don't say it.
Well, it's the same concept that I'm saying right here, because all of those, we're putting a high importance on idols. And in Islam, it's like, you shouldn't. But like, we do. And maybe we shouldn't go all the way to like executions, for sure. But it's like, I think we need to catch ourselves whenever something happens to a YouTuber we like and we're like emotional about it. We're like, I can't believe his wife cheated on him and it's just like our emotional bonds with idols who, you know, they might be real genuine people, but they're not real genuine people we know or that they would ever associate with us. So it's kind of like we're idolizing people. It's like, what happened to XYZ? Oh, let me look up Jim Carrey. Let's see what he's doing. It's kind of like an idol. And it's not useful. It makes us make poor decisions like Biden. We pick Biden because he's an idol instead of sitting down, not picking an idol, and picking the scrawny kid who's been in DC his whole life, who like has some autistic fucking ways to like do laws and shit that actually work, you know?
You know how I knew not to vote for Biden? When fucking Cardi B was interviewing that motherfucker. I'm like, what the fuck does Cardi B know about fucking politics? Like, and first of all, like, what the fuck does she even give a fuck who's in office? It's like, this bitch is bought and paid for it. Yeah. Paid and paid for it. So it's like, they just propped him up. They propped him up real good. But this guy is falling apart on stage in debates and speeches. So it's like, man, yes, he was the remedy, but golly, man, I wish we could have had a different approach. And then Kamala Harris is like, man, I'd rather have that puppet for a couple, what is it, a year and a half more?
Yep.
And then that, I'm just gonna say that bitch, because that woman right now, you have to understand, she is not good news. Like, her policies in California were atrocious. She was one of the proponents for incarcerating parents for truant kids. And let me tell you, man, like, I was a truant kid, and me and my mother got a hefty fine because of it. But I couldn't. I myself, as a son, I mean,
Well, that's good that you got a hefty fine, because what that means is that your life somehow got better at home, right?
it had to get better. So, like, these punishments are great for the one who committed the crimes.
What I was saying is it doesn't make sense, because like putting more financial burden on your family that's already struggling with like a deviant child or whatever you want to call yourself. I wouldn't say deviant, but mischievous or whatever you were. Then it's like that doesn't help. How about we institute something where we provide something? Help.
Well, I mean, I love the way you right away go to that route. But no, Kamala Harris says, let's fucking put the fucking parent in jail.
Yeah, whenever the dad's in prison, it'll be better.
Yeah, like that fucking kid, like,
Now he'll be a single mother household, and we know how brilliant those ones come out, right?
so, yeah.
Sorry for everyone who got shade, but I mean, come on. Single fathers are the most likely individuals to become doctors, medical doctorates, while single mothers are the most likely individuals to have children who become felons. Like, it's like, come on, single moms, pick it up. And you need a father figure. Like, stop with your bullshit. You need a father figure. That's very important in life. That's super fucking important, and it pisses me off that we don't need men. I'm like, yeah, you don't need no men, so back the fuck out. Like, but your child does. It's not about you, bitch.
Yeah. Well, it's not their fault either, because you have to understand that, like, after a failed marriage or a relationship that just fell through, but there's a child in between. I believe that for women it becomes a lot more difficult to date. They are less desirable. They seem like bad news, and it's not the case. They're human beings, and they deserve a little bit of leeway. But the thing is that the status quo, or at least the loudest in the room, are being proponents of these ideas, right? Of like, fuck man, and because they've been hurt, right? They have trauma,
Yeah.
and all this shit, and I understand that. But there's gonna come a point where, like, I mean, we have to stop talking about what women are doing, us men, and let's see what us men can do. And it's not necessarily in the dating scene. I've come to realize that we're focusing too much on the sexual market. We're focusing too much on, like, the wholeflation situation. Like, what the fuck even is that? Like, who gives a fuck?
Like, so we are headed towards like progress in sexual liberation, as well as like equality in a good society, where we live in a great society, but we're going to live in a better society. We're at the perfecting society stage, even though we see flaws, they're not that incredible. But what I say is, we've been on the left foot to make like reasons why it's horrible that men leave single moms, or why the divorce is and the husband's always the abuser. And I'm like, cool, I'll step in your foot and say, man, that fucking sucks if your husband abused you, raped you, did something. He used to be a nice guy, now he's a jerk, he changed, he became an alcoholic. I'll give you all the sympathy, and everyone else in the world will. But I hate it that whenever we spend a lot of time on that left foot, it's like, let's take the right foot. When is it the woman's problem? When did the woman cause that bad situation for that child?
And we could chalk it up to, like,
know?
95% of the time, because, like, women are so much so associated to the looseness of the way children move. And believe me, that's why, as men, feeling childish is, like, detrimental, because it's like, dude, you don't have a choice. You don't get to fucking go out and smell the roses and play and make mistakes. And no, dude, like, and that's the problem. And I get what you're saying. Now that like they're yelling equality, now that they're yelling feminism, now that they're saying fuck man, well, like what's left for them to like take up the mantle exactly and feel the burden? But it's like,
Yeah. It's a capacity thing where it's like you're ignorant to your whatever. You're pointing at a rock on the floor saying we might stumble, while above us an asteroid's about to kill everyone. You know, it's like that's great.
dude, I was just watching this Joe Rogan podcast, and they're having this whole controversy about the pyramids and like human historical like timelines and how like everything's basically fucking false. Everything that we knew up until this point is false, and the mainstream astrology sector, they're trying to suppress like people like Dr. I think it's Dr. Hancock. I don't know, and other motherfuckers. I think it's Ben Van. He has a weird last name, Kirkson or something like that. But they're all saying that like it turns out that there might have been a thing called a cataclysm, which is basically an apocalypse, right? Where the humanity, or like 90 to 95% of humanity got wiped out because big ass fucking asteroids hit the fucking earth. So it's like we never considered that we're not stationary in space, we are shooting through space, and we have such a gravitational pull that asteroids are literally shooting towards us. They're coming at us. And like a shower could hit us at any moment. And I don't think the NASA or the government officials would ever tell us that there's a shower of asteroids literally about to obliterate
Let
us.
us die comfortably, right?
I'd be down for that. But I mean, what is your opinion on that though? Like, do you think it would be unfair? Like, once you get to heaven and you look down and you're like, these motherfucking cunts, they didn't tell us about the aliens. They didn't tell us about the reptilians under the pyramids. They didn't tell us about our lost information and the Illuminati. And they also didn't tell us about the goddamn asteroids.
Sometimes it's too corruptible. Sometimes the reason that the populace has to be made unaware is that it would cause a major panic whenever we have confirmed shit. Whenever we're having like NASA and fucking the Pentagon and shit saying these devices come from another world that could not have originated on Earth, and they contained elements that we cannot construct here on Earth. It's like these devices, like they're not just random debris, they're devices. Yes. Contain metals we cannot make yet. Yes. No lab in the world. Nope. No one in the world can make those metals. You need like a neutron star to make those metals. Okay. And it came down and we have it with us, and we know that no human civilization could have made it. China could have done it. Russia could have. Nope. There's no way anyone on Earth could have. What the fuck are you telling me then? Like, then what is it? Who are they? Where did it come from? Why is it intelligently designed? Are they communicating with us? Is it an attack? Are we in danger? Do they like us? Are we the cosmic petting zoo and they come by once in a while and like look at the stupid humans? Like, what is the situation when the top highest ranking intelligence eventually come out and say shit like that nonchalantly on a Tuesday morning, for 10 minutes?
Oh, shit. My bad, guys.
I told him like 10 times, turn off the notification. He's like, I'm fine. So in that way, I get the feeling that we're afraid that we're going to collapse because we are. And the more afraid we are, the faster we'll collapse.
But that's hilarious. Well, shit. Whatever. Because we got we have the holy trinity of like whatever it could be our just our final chapter, we have the literal nuclear World War III, where like it's basically the apocalypse. We have an asteroid hit, like a shower of like asteroids hitting us all at once, and it's just like each impact is like a nuclear bomb. And then we have our natural deaths, which is going to happen inevitably, whether it A, B, or C it happens. Either way, like we're going to be dead. So like the thing is that the concerning thing about me And the way I grew up understanding the apocalypse is that I kind of want to be long dead before that day happens, like when Jesus Christ comes back down and saves us all. Because it's like, or raptures us people. Because it's kind of like, if I'm not one of those people, it's going to be like, Fucksville. There's going to be lobster like demons, like patrolling the streets, like, hey, did you get the fucking mark of the beast? You're not going to be able to go to Walmart, bitch. You know?
Sometimes I non-religiously go through my memory to see if I owe anyone anything or if I've wronged anyone, and if there's anything I could do and make it up. Not because I'm afraid of like hellfire or anything, but I do that one because when I die, I don't want the regret of like, I never bought him that meal. I never did that one thing. I never, I need to pay that shit back, but I did it, and I'm here in the hospital, and they're telling me it's terminal. Like,
But it's the Egyptian thing where they have the heart and the feather, and the scale.
yeah. Which, that's why I think a lot of people need to explore a lot of religions, because it's like, fine, you don't believe in God, you don't believe in whatever, but take the concept, attribute the concept, repentance. Should you go out and make right what you've made wrong, or are you better off just not doing it? And when you think about that and think about it, you're like, I'm going to die in 100 years, whether the CIA blows us up or reptiles come and kill us all or all the frogs are gay and that causes us to all die. No matter what happens, you're going to die in 100 years. And on your deathbed, are you going to look back and say, I could have, I always wanted to, I wanted to taste it. I can't get it now. It's over. It's done. And I could have reached out every single goddamn day of my work career to get it. But I always just got the Snickers, not the Almond Joy. Live.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to conceptualize the day to day, Live your fucking life and experiment a little too. Not too much, I've definitely experimented a little too much, and that's also not living. That's kind of like recklessly, haphazardly going about it, There has to be a balance also. So, man, you see all of these like undeniable truths and at every corner of the world, like the Tao Te Ching or Te Jing, it's basically yin and yang, and it's like, it's beautiful, it's zen, it's nothing, it's liberating.
Yeah, what I tell people is, in your mind, pretend you're an atheist. No matter what you are, pretend you're an atheist. You're a crazy fucking atheist. There is no God. God does not exist. Never, 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 right? And then pick up a religious book and see if what it says makes sense. Without the whole God's going to come and punish you because you did whatever. Just read it and say, does this thing make sense or not? Is that the way the world works or not, This God right here is saying worship him and stuff. I don't care about that. But then he's saying wake up with the sunrise. He's saying fast. He's saying give to the poor. It's like, you don't have to believe in God to get the benefits of these religions. And these religions are like society establishing, so they have potency to them. If not truth, they have depth. No matter what you have to say, they do have depth. And in depth, there's always some gems to find.
Yeah, you have to dig a little bit, see what the fuck is underneath the surface. But, with knowledge, I think it's the whole Spider-Man ordeal, with great power comes great responsibility. The less ignorant you become, the more responsible you become, Like, yeah, it sucks, the internet makes you aware of a lot of things that probably shouldn't be in your vicinity,
So, with great power comes great responsibility. With great responsibility comes dire consequences. So with great power comes dire consequences. Where it's like, I think that's why many religions quote something similar to, it's impossible for the rich man to go through the eye of a needle or whatever. Like rich people who have a lot of power influence don't often become righteous people, although they can. It's exceedingly difficult. Just out of the room. So this is going to be a secret, I don't know what this is. I can't even make this interesting. Goddamn. He's coughing a lot. Is he going to die, man? Tune in for more Jesse coughs. No, he'll be all right. Ooh, you're back?
Yeah. I need some water.
Oh. I have the bucket of water in here. I don't know where I put it.
You dropped it.
Oh, I had the whole jug. How are you feeling? You're all right?
Yeah.
This little vape stuff's not working for you?
It hurts.
Don't do it then.
Yeah.
Stop. Doctor, it hurts right here. What should I do? Stop it. Don't do it then.
Yeah, it hurts when I do this.
Then don't do it.
Yeah, stop doing that, you dumb
Stupid
fuck.
Like, but sometimes you have to, like, you do get conclusions like that where you're like, come on, like, how clear can the universe be? Like, hey, the fire hurt when I touched it. Stop touching it. Like, how further do I have to instruct your ass to, like, live life? You know? Like, my stomach hurts because I ate too much, but I keep eating. What should I do? Like, fucking non-autonomous human beings right there, you know? NPC.
Yeah.
Is that your stomach?
Yeah.
Jesse's breaking down on me.
Yeah, I cannot talk if I'm just coughing.
I think we're gonna need to get Jesse's old batteries back. I think they have some charge in them, right? That vape ain't shit.
It's funny because I'm a hypocrite. I'm going to exercise with the power of editing.
You know, that's why this show's no fair. Someone says some good, like, punk on you, and you'll just, like, edit it out. It's like, you motherfuckers. And then you'll edit in, just to be spicy, you edit in, like, hey, I think we need to go to the restroom break. 10 minutes. And then it'll close so that people think we went on a restroom break, you know? But we didn't do that shit. That's fucking evil. That's great. Look. The new talk right now, the fucking buzzword talk right now. Bro, drink some water. I'm scared. Let's throw that vape away. We might get cancers. But it's just like the latest talk is AI. So with 1 minute of your voice recording, I could generate an AI that convincingly sounds like you in the proper cadence. Mm-hmm. Now, if I had like an hour of your recording, I could do the same. If I had 10 hours, I could do the same. As well as AI generated like images of people performing. So I could get AI generated Britney Spears dancing on stage by just observing all her dances and telling the AI, make one that looks reasonable. And it will. So that means your identity itself could be owned by Disney or whatever. And you could be sitting at home getting a royalty check while they put out videos of you sitting there saying,
let it
hey,
go.
No, not like
let it go.
It's about to get dark and then you turn it light for no reason. What the fuck?
Just wanna let it go. It's my song. Let it go.
Alternatively, they make you do something heinous that you don't believe in, and now everyone thinks you believe in that. They make you say some stuff that you're like not for.
As long as I get my royalty check, bitch.
I don't know, because they could ruin
I'm a sellout.
They could ruin your marriages and stuff. They could
That's why I'm not getting married. Dude, I'm gonna set up my life so much so that it cannot be ruined. It's already ruined.
You're absconding responsibility of the hypothetical.
Like motherfuckers are gonna be like, we're gonna fucking extortion you. And I'm gonna be like, bitch, try me. Like I have nothing left to lose. I don't have a reputation. You know, I don't have friends or family.
I have nothing left to lose. Yeah. I'm done. Yeah, nah.
I'm already at a point in my life where I'm gonna fucking just do it myself, man.
No, I mean, I took it a cheating wife, but like, why took it there? A court video shows up that you were on the street corner where the murder happened, and there you are stabbing the motherfucker, and then you walk away. They got you on video stabbing a motherfucker, but you were actually in Denver. But you stabbed him on Mesa, and we have video of you doing it, and of course you have an alibi. Everyone would. Oh, you got on that bus? Well, there was one seat empty on that bus. Why? It was a full bus. Everyone else went. You didn't. Jesse Garcia didn't tag into the bus. You weren't in Denver. You killed that motherfucker on Mesa. You had nothing to do with it, but you said some bullshit online that they didn't like, and they're going to fuck you over for that with AI technology. And until we learn to, like, detect it, it's too good. It sounds real. You could, like, do, every one of you, do AI chatbot, like on Google, find whichever they're free, and type in some ridiculous thing. Type in Donald Trump talking about Pokemon on the 20th anniversary of 9/11 or something. And the AI will make a legit fucking post about that shit. Like a legit, you think like, wow, that, it sounds like real, like, you know? So it's scary because how close to similar to you do you own? If I have cameras in here recording you, can I use your image and make you a celebrity while you're a no one? And just use your image and likeness to go out and like sell shit?
Well, That's interesting, right? Because there's no permission, there's no contractual agreement to use my image and my name
No,
and my.
I received your image because you walked into the Walmart and I told you that you'd be on camera. We have the rights to that video. It's ours. You walked into our store, our property, at the Walmart, where you didn't know
Well,
this was happening.
that's the conundrum, right? Like, how big is my ego? Like, do I prefer to be rich or do I prefer to be famous? Because right there, I have the clout, you know.
Well, I took away the rich part because they're not paying you for this.
I know, but I have the clout, so I have the ability to monetize on that myself also. So you kind of did some legwork for me.
Well, what if they patent that character that the AI generated? Now it's their character, not
Well,
you.
that could go to some sort of legal shit because it's like, how the fuck are you gonna patent me?
Now
you
you're
know?
trying to be you, and there's a patent for you.
Well, like that's what I've always said about the Warrior Poet show. Like this cannot be recreated because it's gonna be something totally different to everything else, you know, and quite frankly, it's gonna be because of the characters, you know, and they're all gonna be patented, you know, they're all gonna be our characters. They're gonna be, you know, there's gonna be an ecosystem of storylines and it's gonna be like manga anime shit, you know, but like.
But it's weird when me and you're doing it, and we're playing real life. I don't think we're that far away from who we really are. You know?
No, but this is a podcast, like of course, like but you have to understand, like sometimes like we do turn it up a bit, but like I hope people are smart enough to understand when it's satire, you know, and when it's just like a legit, honest, straightforward. Like I'm trying to get to the bottom of this conversation, you know. But I mean, I'm talking about like what's coming next, you know, and like the paradigm of like what we're doing, you know, because I think it's very important to create something and have ownership of it, because otherwise if you do something that's actually witty, that's actually funny, and that's actually original, you don't want some other dumb fuck to be making money off of that, much less of your own original image. And it's very hard to say because some people are like, you cannot record me like at a beach or something. And it's like, it's against the law to record me. But it's like what are the logistics of that? Like, do you have ownership of your image, or I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, hey, like we always fucking say this. Like, I don't know. Let's go. But like, we have Google.
Well, we're not gonna say we're gonna like Google something, but like Texas state law is a single consent law that as long as someone's within a proper public place and the person recording agrees that they want to record the other person, then I have the right to. So if I saw you at a park in Texas, I could just record you, and you're like, "What the fuck are you doing, creep?" I'm like, "I'm here in my bathing suit playing in the whatever," and I could just record you. Sorry, I'm recording right here because I consented to recording you. You don't have to consent. So we have a one-party consent law here in Texas in public places.
You're a smart motherfucker.
But some places have a two-party consent law where not only I have to consent, but the girl who's getting recorded creepily at the park has to consent. And if she says no, she could sue me.
Alrighty, guys. So just to confirm that Thomas is not talking out of his ass, we have Mr. Google, Hugo. Okay, Hugo. So what do you think about this? So Hugo told us. Hugo's an AI-generated website called Hugo.
Oh shit.
Texas is considered a one-party consent state.
Isn't that how I said the sentence right now?
This means that unless at least one of the parties at a conversation consents, both Texas and federal wiretapping laws make it a crime to record an audio conversation, either in person or over the phone, if the parties have a reasonable expectation of privacy. So there is some sort of thing going on in terms of like phone calls and shit like that. But I mean, the NSA they already threw that out the window a long time ago, thanks to the Patriot Act, guys.
The best bill ever. I would sign it 20 times today if I
Okay,
could.
I'm gonna Google Patriot Act.
Patriot Act allowed the United States to spy on its own citizens in lieu of terrorist attacks to discover whether they had any affiliations with foreign enemies.
Okay, let's see how close Thomas's definition is to Google's. Under the Patriot Act, national security letters (NSLs) are issued by FBI agents without a judge approval. to obtain personal information, including phone records, computer records, credit history, and everything. Okay.
Yeah, everything.
Between
Your colon swab.
Between 2003 and 2006, the FBI issued almost just shy of 200,000 of those NSLs.
Oh no, that's not a lot. I bet those are real terrorists.
Of course, they were all like, how many of these so-called terror? I mean,
I can't believe they caught that many. What a beautiful law that we have. They caught so many people. 233,000. That's great.
Which led to one terror-related one. Dude, this is so atrocious. This like the ROI on this shit is ridiculous. Like they threw out our contest.
Okay, here in DC, we don't use the term ROI. Okay.
Yeah, I know they don't. They just use like my fucking rules. I'm Uncle Sam, bitch.
Yeah.
But like, dude, they threw away our constitutional rights to get one arrest. So like, you have to understand. Like, if it was me, I would probably think that they weren't necessarily looking for arrests.
Well, that can't be so because that's what the act says it's supposed to be used for. So they must have used it for that, right?
Or either the bill sucks or the people working under the NSA just suck also.
That's why every one of these bills has to have a judge at the end, because you have to have a person who's properly sound-minded to think, is what you're saying reasonable? Oh, this kid said,
No, but like
I'm a Nazi on Discord one time.
This is the beauty of the Patriot Act.
Oh, there's something in there that helps?
Without a judge's approval.
You got that
So
one with me?
you don't need a judge under your pocket at this point.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're a country who has like unlawful search and seizure laws, so it's fine.
Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. But like, we're just gonna disregard that for a little bit because we have a lot of shit going on that's flying under the radar, you know, and it's because of the distractions that people throw at us. You were touching base on the whole Joker shit, you know, like how they're trying to fucking put this like scandalous fucking title for a fucking article, you know.
Yeah, they're trying to do that shit, but then it's like, what's happening in India right now? Hey, what in Chile? What's going on there? Is anything popping off there, or is pretty much peace? Because it feels a little peaceful, you know. I mean, I know Ukraine is like some conflict, but nothing's happening in India. Nothing happening in the Philippines right now. Nothing's going down, you know, like in Chile, and you know, the fucking South American countries. It's pretty all right now. Is it? Question mark. Please tell me, because I am most concerned with whether the Joker movie #2 makes Trump supporters or not, you know. But as a side note, I want to know what's happening to these countries and why we're not getting information.
Yeah. So it turns out that Ukraine is very corrupt. It turns out
What?
that
I'm gonna need a source. Come on.
Zelensky, in and of himself, or whatever, Zelensky, right? With a
Zelensky.
Z. Zelensky.
Now you're gonna tell me Zelensky is a bad guy? Come on, bro.
Dude. Romania. Romania.
Like, let's not get crazy. This isn't like fucking Alex Jones or something. Let's be reasonable. Zelensky is a
Ukraine
he used to be a comedian.
If not one of the,
he's a heartwarming guy.
If not one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
I see nothing but poor women and children trying to survive the hardest they can. Okay.
And they were trying to set up this sort of North Korea situation as well there. Now, I don't know if Putin is necessarily a good guy, but he's definitely some sort of yin to our yang, you know? He is definitely policing the world in his way, and he's not allowing people to move. And the only way North Korea can get away with all the shit they get away with, because it's disgusting, quite frankly, how one person has so much control over a whole ass country, but and what he does with that power, right? But he has nukes. So if somebody wants to fucking go near his fucking fence and shit on his breakfast, he's just gonna fucking say, oops, and blow his wad on you. And it's like, yeah, you don't want to fuck with that guy. But like Zelensky, yeah, you're not gonna do that also. You're not gonna fucking build your own utopia where you get fucking sucked off by 12-year-old girls who are starving and then have fucking slave workers essentially under communism just so you could have your own guilty pleasures.
You want me to tell you infection theory?
What?
Infection theory. It goes like as follows. Aliens have seen our nuclear capacities and our propensity towards violence, so they know that before they come to Earth to get all our resources, they must pacify us. So they send small devices down to Earth, and we get technological advances and stuff like that. But upon those small devices are chemicals that start messing with the human brain, so that we could become different. We become, as a population, because these aliens live for a while, we, within 300 400 years, we either kill ourselves or we're so brain dead stupid that we just like and they could come in and take everything that we have. Which is why in current day and age, even in the highest echelons of like government and stuff, we have absolute clowns instead of like the greatest of the greatest. And that's why even people like us are sitting here complaining about the system, but we're readily participating in all of it.
Yeah, we are always gonna like everything that we say, do, as minuscule as it is, it's gonna have a ripple across the goddamn universe, you know? And we cannot take that for granted. But I'm not too sure what you meant by that comments, but all I can say is that like I don't want to participate in politics because it's boring, you know, like let the pompous and liars do their job, and I'll do mine, you know.
The story is that the aliens are infecting us with a mind virus that dumbs us down, and in a few generations we won't be able to fight them off. They could come and plunder all our resources because of that. They're just dumbing us down for a few hundred years, which is nothing to them.
Dude, so look, the reptilians are scary enough, right? But it turns out that they feed on our blood. And it's like, what if the Egyptians were a very not sophisticated society, but okay-ish, you know? They were hard workers and stuff. But the people who actually lived underneath the pyramids, they weren't people. And they had more knowledge than the people who lived upstairs. It's too hot up there. We need a little bit cold weather. We need to go deep, miles underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, you know? And how do we power our society down here? There's this fucking pyramid and there's a golden tip at the very top that generates a lot of power from the sun, and it shoots it all the way down to our underground society. And we've been living there this whole time, and we've been watching you guys. We've been giving you little treats here and there. We taught you about astrology. We gave you false gods.
Have you heard of the lost families?
Mm-mm.
During the Cold War era, a lot of people bought bunkers and expected to be down there for maybe 200, 300 years after the nuclear holocaust popped off.
Mm-hmm.
Some are still waiting down there.
Oh shit! How are they surviving with the fucking canned soup shit?
No, it's like good ass bunkers that have like farming shit, and they have like things that go up to like collect water or go down to collect water in the wells and cleans it and stuff. There's families that you periodically find, and you like knock on the door and open it for them from the outside, and they're in there and they're like, there's like not 4 generations, like 2-3 generations of incest down here. You mean we didn't all die? It's like, no. But Roosevelt was gonna, no. Or whoever the president, you know? Like, it's like, no, we made it. Because once that, like, boat crossed that parallel, they thought, that's it, it's over. We promised and we already set the order. Now we need to go down. And they are living down there thinking that above ground, it's nuclear genocide. They can't go there yet. In their books, it says they have to wait like 300, 400 years before they could come back out and be reasonably assured that they're going to survive.
Yeah, so it turns out that they found out about this underground, like this massive underground, like bunker-like thing, and it was done a while ago, and that's why like they're throwing out all of this information about like, well, everything that astrology, archaeology has been preaching is incorrect because of what they have discovered. And it's like, Well, they haven't found any kind of clothing or tools, right? And that's why archaeologists are trying to like say no, like this is like we don't know. But it's like why do we build these underground things? You know, like that's very interesting because it seems like we would do that to avoid like earthquakes or like an actual fucking shower of meteors, maybe.
You're a never expanding You are a never expanding being. You're made out of matter. Matter is made out of protons. Protons are made out of like quarks. Quarks are made out of phasons, and you go on and on and on. But there's no substance at the bottom of it. You're like a pool whose water is level, but you know its bottom is infinite. There's no possible way that could happen. So because of that, something has to sustain you and keep you alive. That's like one of the main ideologies behind whether there's a god or not. You know, that's one of the main arguments of that there is a god, because an infinite pool of nothing can't contain any water at level unless something holds it up. And your very skin is made out of electrons and stuff, and you could cut it down, but there's no essential piece to it. It doesn't essentially start at any piece, because in that piece we could just cut it in half. Therefore, the stuff that substantiates you should be outside of this realm. So there's some cosmic force holding you together instead of just phasing out into your million pieces. So I think that would be the answer to that one.
Yeah, but it's interesting also because like this, though it be solid, it's still moving. It's individual.
It's in perpetual change.
Yeah, but it's individual things moving at a certain pace, at a certain vibration, at a certain frequency that it manifests in this reality as glass.
In my lifetime, I will never be able to sit here and see it change. But if I came back 2 millennia later, the edges would have folded down in. The metal would have stayed like that, but the edges fold in, like all these circle edges that don't have anything holding up, folds in because glass is a liquid. So eventually, after, let's say, 5,000 years, it would go, brrr, you know? Depending on how they refortify it, but I'm sure it's the cheapest material in the world, so I'm sure that's the case for this one, where it's like, we don't see that morphing change, but even stagnant items are not a unit of representation. They change all the time. You could leave that there in the box and you'll say it's brand new, but no, it's a bit old. The battery lost a little electricity, this lost a little that. Even though nothing touched it or blew through it, just thermal energy radiation spilling out, we're starting to not exist.
Well, it seems like that's the whole point of this realm. It's like everything's decaying and decomposing. So it's like it doesn't matter that there's a looming doom, as we always say. It doesn't matter that there's a fucking problem with feminism or the fucking like the gays, you know, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we're gonna get like this like cataclysmic event pretty soon, you know, because the fucking magnetic poles are gonna switch and it's gonna send everything to fucksville. Like I just worry about stuff that doesn't matter because it's what's supposed to happen. You know, it's like
back in the 1950s, the majority of the population was not going to be informed like that. Like it was like politics and stuff. That's for the people in Washington. Like I have my family to raise. I'm living life. You know?
I'm just gonna vote red because that's when my parents voted.
But now, like even if you talk to random ass people, they're like in the deep politics. And it's just like politics has become entertainment, and is that better for democracy or worse?
If we all had a level playing field, and let me tell you how this would actually work for everyone. We still have our systems where we could mail our fucking our votes, or we could fucking like go to the website, go to the app, and do it there. Because if we have a vetting system for, let's say, bank accounts, why can't we have a vetting system that gets our social security number and all this dumb shit, and has what's an encryption system that keeps our information safe, and that allows the least possibility for corruption or some sort of tampering? And that will incentivize a lot of people to get in the game and start participating. And we will have a lot more clear and concise view of what we really think in this world, or in this country at least.
And that's why I don't like it, because I feel like the majority wants things that are not good for us, while the minority wants things that are truly good for us. If you ask the majority, hey, should you pay less taxes? Of course. And then when you ask the majority, hey, should you pay more taxes? No. And it's like, well, the people in the majority, what do you want? Free shit. And it's like, you're unaware of how the world works. Like, you can't do both. You can't say the taxes stay the same and we all start getting free shit. But any evil person would want that.
Well, the income tax is theft.
Yes.
That's theft. So I as king of the world would take that away, or if president at the very least.
Yeah, you made the income.
If I don't succeed in conquering the world, I'll just be president of the United States. Something gay, something
bro,
stupid.
aim high. Come on.
Bro, fuck it, dude. Like,
President of the United
if I
States is better than
I
that.
fail, I'm just gonna settle for the least thing that could
You're
achieve.
acting like it's an if. Like, come on.
I know I'm not gonna, but if it happens,
Okay.
you know, I might
Let's prepare for
find,
nonsense. That's why you're a great leader, not us. Okay.
bro. I just wanna have a plan B, and if plan B is out of the question, then I'll go to plan C, and if that doesn't work, then plan D will. I guess I'll settle for plan. What was it, D? Yeah, I'll be president of the United States, and you know I'll act a little retarded here and there, so I could stay on character. But that's the first thing I would do. I would take out income tax because that's theft. But what we have to do is tax the shit out of the fucking commodities. You know, the things that are killing people, like tobacco, alcohol. I would tax the shit out of fucking marijuana because I know people are still gonna pay it, and they're still gonna accept it in the market because it's legal and it's been demonized for so long that now that it's federally available, it's like it's a whole enterprise that can be interlaced with banks. And the bank system would love that too because there's going to be a lot of cash flowing in and out. A lot of cash, let me tell you. That would fix a lot of problems. A lot of for like the Silicon Valley bitches, all these thieves that'll gamble with your money. Yeah.
There's some Taoist believers who say that if your country is wealthy, it could only be like that by taking away from another country.
Yeah.
Because all societies always have to be average. So, like, if the United States is, like, making 99% of the money, every other country has to be 1%.
Well, what's fucked is that, like, we shouldn't be taking fucking foreign oil. Like, we shouldn't be fucking, especially from fucking, we shouldn't have fucking knocked on Venezuela's door. That would, like, okay, so the Saudis, I get them. Those motherfuckers, I respect. But the fucking Venezuelans, like, they were gonna give us dog shit. Like, and the markups were gonna be horrendous, but just the simple fact that betting looks like a fucking dumb fuck doing it, you know, having Texas, having Oklahoma, having these fucking straight up oil fields that can sustain a goddamn country for a goddamn while.
Yeah, with all these young men who that's what their fathers did, and they learned how to do it, and they want to do it, and they're gonna make good money, and all this and that, and it's like, nope, you can't go to work. Why the fuck not? It's right there. We need it. Nope.
I mean,
It's right there. Like, just let us clock in. We'll go get it.
people who go to college, they're not making money. People who get a trade, they're not making money. Like people who get a business, they're not making money. It's like, fuck, dude. Like, you're really putting us in a chokehold, you know, because of the expenditures that we have.
Yeah.
You know.
No. It's extremely bad for these last 2.5 years. And, like, a lot of people are like, we're making it. And I'm like, that's the fucking problem. It's been 4 years and you didn't go on a vacation. Why didn't you have the extra cash? You only live 100 years. It's already 2.5 years and you haven't gone on vacation since Biden's come in. You're not treating yourself. You're grinding the fucking bottom of the barrel just trying to stay afloat. You know, like you're not making enough money, and most people are not. Most people vacation, that's like a 5-year dream, not a get one every year, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, vacations aside though, like, it's just like living in it of itself is becoming a burden. You know, it's just like, fuck, dude. It's like, it's interesting how there's good days, there's good times rather, and then next thing you know, without a blink of an eye, you're next level, like, you know, what can you call it? Like, this is a catastrophe. What has happened ever since Biden has taken office? You know.
But your mind is weird because it's a catastrophe, but physically in your body, nothing's happening. They're making you mentally ill because your mind thinks the world's ending and you're in a lot of fear.
My perspective of the world is like, or at least of this country, is like disappointment. But nah, I'm not sick in the head because of it. Like, because I would even argue that I'm protected at the fact that I understand that there's a lot of issues, but I don't literally consume them. I don't become the problem. I don't embody the problem. And I don't get angered by the problem. It's just like I pay attention to the problem.
We're sitting on a podcast in a room talking about political issues, but we don't get engaged in any of this.
Well, it's very important not to get engaged because then you're going to be dyeing your hair blue and protesting.
That's kind of what we're doing.
No, I don't think we're doing that. I think we're just having fun conversations that we would have either way.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
I mean, look, dude, if you think you're being extra, it's what I'm telling you. Like, that's the camera, that's the microphone effect. But it's still on par to what would we say either way without cameras and without microphones, you know?
Well,
so that's why I don't ever feel like you're putting on a show, you know? But I understand what you're saying.
It angers me and it frustrates me and it makes me sad throughout the day listening to the news stories. I'm not just like nonchalant, like, oh, that's crazy. I listen to like the school shooting that happened this morning. I'm like, fuck these assholes. Why now do you hide that girl was trans? Like, if it was a white guy, you'd make him look like the piece of shit he is. If he was a black guy, you would make him look like Saint Jerome of Paladin III. And if it's a trans person, you don't even mention what their identity is. Let's get off this fucking train and just hate people for doing shitty things regardless of identity.
No, just because, like, that's transphobic, dude. You have to realize that.
Like, it's not her transhood that made her kill other people.
No, I will not have your transphobia in my podcast, dude.
I'm sorry.
I swear to God, I'm gonna turn off everything, dude.
You want to step outside?
I will not stand for you demonizing that woman.
She's beautiful and gorgeous.
And she's beyond beautiful. She's the most beautiful, gorgeous woman.
Would not.
And like I said, woman cannot make mistakes. And that woman, she had a fucking. She was on her period.
She would not have like shot up those people and killed multiple people if people just respected her pronouns. So I think you're part of the problem. Actually, you're making these trans people kill other people because you don't use their pronouns. Can you confirm today on screen for everyone to hear that you will start using trans people's pronouns so they don't shoot up schools? Because you're the root of the problem, you piece of shit.
Are you seriously asking me? Oh
no, it's just like how crazy they get, and I'm like,
okay. So I started laughing at the point where like you deviated to that point. I was like, damn, bro, what the fuck did I do to you?
No, it's just like they use that crazy logic where it's like, but trans people are autonomous humans that can make their choices. No, they're oppressed. They're like, it goes to that shit, or they hide it.
I mean, like the whole shooting up schools, we already know that that's a different kind of sickness. Gender dysphoria, it's a different kind of sickness. Taking those hormones will get you some kind of sickness.
I wonder if there's any like correlation between SSRI prescriptions and school shootings. I wonder if those are some curious stats to look up currently right now at FBI.gov.
You want me to look it up?
No, it's horrible. It's like 1-to-1 almost. There's like one dude that was not an SSRIs that shot up a fuck.
Yeah, these pharmaceuticals do something to you, and I've taken some, and let me tell you, like I've done like the MDMA stuff and the shit that's contaminated, right? Like cut with other stuff, but pharmaceutical wise, I've done clonazepam, and it's like I don't remember because it was a while ago.
Clonazepam, trazodone,
Wellbutrin, that one knocks you the fuck out, right?
Yeah, you take it, you're out for like 14 hours.
Okay, so like yeah, you take one and yeah, like a light, dude. You wake up the next morning like, what the fuck happened? You know. So
congratulations, he didn't commit a felony this week. Great, yeah. The medication's working.
I took like 6 or 7. I don't remember. Dude, I woke up still fucked up, dude. like drool face fucked up, and like Wolf of Wall Street status, you know. And I had to really pee. So like it got to the point where like I guess it would seesaw like the high, right? And so like while I got up, I felt all right, but I know I felt like groggy, like odd, you know, like heavy, you know.
Yeah.
And it was funny because the night before, my baby mama, she was like, she had the worst night ever because she found out that I did that, and like she just saw me just like drooling and like my eyes rolling back, you know, and she's just kind of like, hey, wake up, like don't go to sleep because
Call 911 on
yeah.
you.
Yeah, I'm like, no, dude, like, just let me go to sleep. You know, like, I'm tired, you know. I'm, I don't give a fuck, you know, if I don't ever go wake up.
Well, to the story's credit, at least it wasn't marijuana, so you didn't like risk overdosing or something, you know?
Or, like, disrespecting the house or doing something crazy, like shooting up a school. Like, yeah, thank God that I wasn't under the ganja, the devil's lettuce. Otherwise, like, what the fuck,
I
man?
mean, that seems taking 6 Wellbutrin at one night and being fucked up. That doesn't seem like a medical emergency. But if you took 6 marijuanas at one night, fuck, bro, you wouldn't be here anymore. You know?
I talked to my counselor, my therapist, and my therapist understood. She told me the same thing. You know, it's like, well, thank God you weren't doing the marijuana stuff. I would have had to like institutionalize you at UBH for a while
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you have a problem, obviously. But I'm just gonna lower your dosage a little bit because obviously you're getting a little bit groggy in the morning. I'm like, a little. So back to the story, right? I wake up and I'm taking a leak, right? And halfway through the leak, now it seesaws back to high volume, right? And everything starts getting like wavy, and my legs are starting to give out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, something just told me that like that everything was gonna shut down, dude. Like, I don't know.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, like my neurological system's like, dude, run.
Blue screen.
And like started running to the room, and like as soon as I stepped through the door frame, everything shut down. I didn't get to the bed, so like I went face first into like the metal framey thing that hoists up the mattress, and you know how it's like an L shape, like an L,
Yeah.
the flat plate, right? So that part just literally just cling, and then I fell on the ground. And it hurt so bad, but I was already like so trashed that I started cracking up. And then, well, yeah, my baby mama woke up. She's like, "Oh my God, dude! Like, what the fuck? Like, you know,
Shit, that sucks.
yeah."
Through my years of being on it, the worst that ever happened was 7 days of catatonic PTSD, where it's just 7 days like in the bed in the same position, and they eventually bring like pillows to hoist you up and shit. But it's like my body was catatonic, like it wouldn't move. They'd like put me on my side and shit and like turn me, but it was like stiff and scared and stuff. And it was just like, I don't know what regimen you guys put me on, but like I've had bad night terrors, but these fuck, you know, like
Oh,
and in
what did they give you?
well, what happens if you're catatonic PTSD? They put you on refusal medication because you don't have the capacity to like actually take them. But it seems like nothing's wrong with you other than you're not moving. You're on a 1-to-1 because of the EDO that you got put into, and then they after like 48 hours they give you something to sleep, but it doesn't work, and then they inject you in the Ativan, and it could work, but you're still
And then, God forbid, they give you marijuana and it cures everything, right?
Yeah, and that's what gets me mad.
You're gonna be a criminal, my guy.
I'm like, I know like 6 milligrams per Zosyn for like a year. I know that fucks up your heart and shit. I'll probably die of a heart attack one day because of it.
And I forget your heart, dude. For sure, your kidneys are going out.
Yeah.
First.
And then it's like, or maybe please, senpai, I could have a little bit of pot before I sleep so I could actually sleep. Like, why is this such a, like, why can't there be a special exception for me in Texas? It'll be like, bro, we have him on camera for 7 days straight. We got him on Ativan and his body stayed stiff. He kind of slept, but like, fuck, he's fucked up, bro. Like, come on, give him some pot.
We can create a movement. I'm a little bit too lazy for that. So the next option is just wait it out. You know, we have New Mexico. We have so many options now that it doesn't matter to us necessarily, but yeah, I think Texas is gonna have to understand, like, look, we have literally a state next door that is doing great. It went from like New Mexico to like New United States
Newer
type
Mexico.
yeah. No, it's like it's gonna be the 2.0 USA. You know, it's gonna be its own little country in and of itself because of how much money it's generating. You know.
Yeah, it's very unsolvable because the children of this generation won't go out and vote. They just outright refuse. So every time it's on the ballot, it's 50-year-olds. So until these people turn 50, we're fucked because it's like, it's what I always say. I call Daniel, hey, did you vote today? Oh, that was today. I'm like, you could go fuck yourself, bro. Like, I need this in my life. And your ass, like I told you, was go vote, and you didn't. And they lost the vote by 1,000 people. Do you think there's 1,000 potheads who would have been like, wait, it could be legal because of glaucoma if I just go and vote? Fuck. Vote. Like, but they didn't, and they lost by 1,000 medical marijuana here in El Paso. And it's like, okay, it'll be back on the ballot in 2.5 years. And it's just like, you fucking assholes, just go vote. Like, why is it nothing but 50-year-olds voting for this shit? You guys go out and make a weed brigade and like everyone fucking do it. And like it was on the news and everything. It was like, come on, go, get it, let's go, nope. So we wait 2.5 years to see if he'll come back and see if we vote on it that time. It's like, damn, get medical. And there's people who argue, we don't need medical, we need fully legal. And it's just like, bro, shut the fuck up. You take steps. Like, what's wrong with that? It's in the right direction. You need medical, you just go in and say, glaucoma.
I agree with that. I mean, Denver did something very revolutionary where they decriminalized shrooms. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's a little hub where you can like go to the park and have your little baggie of shrooms and then pop them and chew on them and then like throw away the baggie and not give a fuck about anything in the world. And as a matter of fact, you're going to pull out a fucking joint and you're going to spark that up and nobody will tell you anything, yeah. You know? But the thing is that why that is a good thing and a great step is because a lot of fucking science can be put into the understanding these compounds, and it turns out that MDMA is not necessarily linked to holes in the brain. It's actually neurologically protectant. You know, it helps with the brain structure. You know, with healing the brain even.
Well, legalization is the first step towards research. So if we use mushrooms to conduct ourselves in finding the best maps for like underground railroads and shit, like in metropolitan cities, what else could we learn off of these mushrooms by just absorbing them and making different like genomes of them? You know, like it would suck if there's like a sprout that goes out and just kills you instantly. But most of the time, these things do weird creative stuff. Like the mushroom kingdom is one of those kingdoms that like everything it does doesn't like help survival. Like how does me eating you in my brain, I turn into like a funny happy thing, help this fucking mushroom creature? My body kills its whatever I eat. How is this beneficial?
Have you ever consumed enough where it talks to you? No. So it turns out that they have fun with it because they're not necessarily the shroom. The shroom is just a manifestation. It's just like...
So they're people who want to express their personalities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a lot of fun with it. They're witty, dude. They're cute.
I'm getting off this podcast. You're scaring me. The mushrooms want you to eat them so that they could express their personalities?
Mm-hmm. They want to talk to you. Yeah, dude. They want you to literally assimilate them.
What the fuck?
To be symbiotic with you. They want... Because they already understand you, and that's why they're making fun of you at first, you know?
Give me the links from evolutionary biology to a entity plant type thingy that does that shit. That's so out of this world that it's like,
yeah.
How were there small slight steps until it got to the point that it's like, oh, the things that eat us have to express our personality.
It's so foreign to anything that's in this world, you know. Like there's octopuses. There's obviously marijuana, but like.
Well, I've always wanted you to draw a picture of like a girl's hand going up, and like a guy's hand kind of stopping him. Mm-hmm. And then there's just like a mushroom tree because it's like the forbidden fruit was mushrooms. Like we think it's an apple or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's very possible, or it could have been sex. I think that's also a possibility.
I think that's obviously the answer, but
yeah.
You know, if you think it's a physical fruit, I would pick no other fruit than a fucking a fungus.
But we're podcasters and we're not allowed to say anything for certain. Everything's just opinionated
Imagine
shit.
you give a monkey like 10 mushrooms or something, and they start popping out like humaner looking babies.
There's videos. Let me show you. Have you seen the
Oh,
jaguars? You've seen the jaguars on shrooms, right?
I'm scared. I want to see it. Oh no, that sounds cool. I thought you were gonna show me like their experiments on like biology and the fucked up shit they're making. I'm like, no, I don't want to see it.
So
Sorry.
the second time I did shrooms, or psilocybin rather, they gave me purple pills. It was the psilocybin extract. Now, who did this? I don't know. Was it psilocybin? Goddamn, it was. It was really strong, dude. And like, honestly, if we could have healing centers or therapeutic centers or what is the pharmaceutical pH grade level way of saying it?
Okay, that might be good for like normal non-controversial drugs like heroin and meth, like facilities for people to come shoot up heroin and meth. Yeah, but you're talking centers that people could just do shrooms. You're fucking out of your mind.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because big pharma's actually getting in on this big time because how they're gonna monetize or capitalize on this opportunity because they have no other choice. The cat's out of the bag, but how they're gonna monetize on this is they're gonna get enough of the compound to give it to you in dosages that you need to keep coming to get the full effect or some effect. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's a 5 month,
because
17
quite frankly,
constitution.
with your situation, me being the shaman that I am, I would diagnose you with PTSD.
Yeah,
you know,
obviously.
and other shit. You know, demonic infestations, but we've already dealt with that. And then
I don't think I manifest demonically. What the fuck? When did we go over that? What did the Catholic priest do? I was knocked out. What the fuck? You guys said that's what baptisms were. I just drank the fucking purple drink that you gave me, and then
an angel.
And then like things hurt, but I thought that was just part of the baptism.
So essentially, with 5 grams of shrooms, dude, like everything would be put into perspective for you, and you would have no choice but to face it. And you would face it valiantly.
Because
rather.
I'm hearing that. I'm like, okay, Jesse, that's great, but invite like all the guys over. Like, make sure they all know that they could kill me if it needs to happen.
What the fuck? What do you mean? Kill you?
Getting me on 5 grams to face that shit.
No,
honestly,
you're gonna be fucking like, oh, dude, and then you get this is the process, right? You get the gigglies, and it's like uncontrollable laughter. Like you just don't know why the fuck you're laughing so hard, but goddamn, it's like you're just so ecstatic to be here. You know, like who fucking dropped a badass joke? I don't know, but shit's funny. I'm laughing to the point that I'm crying a little. You know, like tears are coming out of my eyes. I can't even breathe. And next thing you know, like once you calm down, it's like, hey, I'm here. You know, it's like what the fuck? Like, what are you? Like, it's totally foreign to like your consciousness or your own thought process.
Imagine being an old geriatric patient, and every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday they come through and they give you shrooms so you could get high in the nursing home. Because you're docile and defenseless, so they just sit you in front of a movie and you're like, ha ha ha, you love life a little, instead of like being at a grungy home. Instead of, what's going on?
Shit, hold on.
Oh, he's going to be playing a video. Are you going to splice the video or what? Okay, he's pulling up a video. I don't know if he's going to splice it. It's a cougar and a monkey. I don't know what's going on. Apparently the cougar's walking around.
So yeah, it's not...
They're eating cocaine.
It's DMT.
DMT?
Yeah, because the bark on the rainforest is infested with DMT. That's how the people in the wherever the fuck they do the rituals, they get the ayahuasca from the bark.
Sorry, viewer. Edit this out or something.
What?
The viewer can't see what's going on.
I'll I'll put it in the video.
Oh, you can? Cool,
Yeah.
cool. Welcome to the video.
Yeah, the show's gonna be 2.0 now.
Nice.
Hopefully.
So the cat's like having fun with the little leaves, just like they do with catnip.
Yeah. So the cat already knows what's up.
So it's
Yeah, it wasn't shrooms. It was DMT.
so it's like concentrated in nothing. They eat it to gain hunting power.
Yeah, the indigenous people from
Oh,
the
the
rainforest.
people have a religious belief.
Well, I mean, that's why they do the ayahuasca shit.
No, a tow bar.
Yeah, that video sucked.
Yeah, I was like, then what happens? Like, cool. And we are banned.
Yeah. No, we could play shit like that, right?
Joe Rogan? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't. Oh yeah, this is the official clip.
He keeps like a real fucking tight grip on that shit, right?
No, I think it benefits him, like, to have people clip your if it's disparaging, like if they clip your video in a way that's fucked up, then yeah, it doesn't benefit him, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, I think like Jaguars instinctively going for those leaves is very interesting. Like, what if that's where like we are all on a level playing field, all living creatures on this earth, because of DMT. That's why like nobody's better than anybody else, because once we go there, like nothing even matters, and we all have our stories, like I never broke through. But now I had a conversation with somebody else about this DMT situation, because when I did it, it felt like I died, and it felt very, very lonesome, because I went to this like dark place, it was like a dark abyss, like nothing, dude. I was nothing,
Mm-hmm.
I was just consciousness, and my eyes were open, but everything was dark, and once I started to come to grips to the situation, it's like, fuck, it's over, like it's all I had to realize is like, and that's funny now that I'm talking about it, it's like all I had to realize is like I did cherish life, that I did care about my life, that I wasn't a nihilistic individual. And then when I came back, well, I was weeping, I was weeping so bad, because it's like, fuck, that was such a horrific experience, but was it though, or was it beautiful?
DMT might not tell you which God is true, but it'll eliminate one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit like that. Was it true? It's very hard to grasp, because it's like your semblance of truth. Did you feel that experience or not? It's just like the 4 diamonds. You say you never broke through. What if you're on DMT utilizing those things? Isn't that a different set of mentality altogether?
Yeah.
It's much like, I always say, it's much, any drug or any whatever, it's much like using, I don't know, eating at a restaurant. Like, sometimes it's the best fucking service ever. Sometimes it sucks. But I mean, you have to give it a few tries to see what's up, but it's difficult, But if you got out of it the blessings of like knowing that you're not a nihilist, well, that's great, because then now you have meaning.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm going to look both ways when I'm crossing the street type of shit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those attributes aren't needed throughout your life, but when they're needed, you have to learn them. You transition. We think all people have to have all these attributes, but there's no need in a 3-year-old being a powerful fighter. Just like there's sometimes no need for us to hold on to nihilism anymore when we've served its purpose.
Well, I mean, a 3-year-old can be anything, because like it's a 3-year-old. That's all it is, You can't expect it to be a chef or a fucking engineer, much less a fucking great fighter.
Just
you know?
like you can't
You could
expect yourself.
you could sucker kick that motherfucker across the football field, and he didn't have a chance.
Just like you can't expect yourself to stay a nihilist or stay a whatever you believe currently for your whole life, and you don't disrespect yourself by believing something you once said was false. You know.
No, that's like that's being reasonable, you know? Like you get a certain set of information. It's like, okay, you died. You went to a certain place where like nothing was nothing. You didn't have your job. You didn't have your fucking problems. You didn't have your identity. And now it's like, oh yeah, it turns out I did care about all those things. Now is that ego? Perhaps, you know? And perhaps that in and of itself is what hurt me the most. My pride. It was gone, you know? But I wasn't ready to let go of any of these things. And I just like, I took a hit of something and I had no idea I was going to do that, you know? But I had an idea. I had a proposition about it. It was like I was going to see some beautiful, you know, the things, and I didn't. I saw nothing at all. I was just there alone, you know?
Maybe you did, and that's what you truly think is beautiful.
No, I definitely didn't have an experience, but I think I'm ready to. It's because I was very scared. Also, I think I'm ready now. I think I'm. If I go there, I would like. But I want to do like ayahuasca. You know, I want it to be like a full blown like I could navigate these realms rather than like 1, 2, 3, go, and then like you're back like what the fuck happened? You know.
Yeah.
Because that's how I woke up. I'm like, what the shit, man.
Yeah. Well, go get those experiences. They're available to you, and if you find them so meaningful that they're gonna like greatly improve your life and make you feel like a better person, go chase them.
I think they're interesting places to go. They're not necessarily Disneyland, but I think that's what people refer to as the Akashic Records. That's what people refer to forbidden fruit shit, you know? Because you do get a lot off of it, you know? Like, the wisdom that you acquire is almost like cheating, you know? That's why you don't remember most of it. You only remember, like, if anything, 5% of the whole trip. Like, you feel like a sensei. Like, you started up as a scrub when you took that shit, and then you end up feeling like a full-blown wisdom, like a pillar of wisdom and you know, character and all this bullshit. But it's quite apparent that you're not really any of it. It was the shroom just like embodying you, because as time goes on, you go back to your devious ways, you know, and you realize that you're human and you're still flawed and you're not above the bullshit. You know?
Well, there would be two things for that. The first one would be maybe the mushrooms taking over your central nervous system and taking over your personality for a second, and it feels kind of good to be a fungus.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And then the second part would be like a man walks outside of his house and understands there's a great many places he could go and a great many riches he could find. But a wiser man doesn't go outside himself. He searches within, knowing that there is that wealth in there. You just need to find it. But most men don't even think of what is within. They think of the inside place as just a stagnant, it's what it is. But from within, you can find little nooks and crannies in your personality and your beliefs and your ideas and your faith that have real glimmer to them, real substance to them. Just like going out into the world and finding, you know, $100 on the floor or whatever. It's exhilarating to know that those things exist and you could believe in those manners and you could feel those things that you thought you never could have.
Yeah, and you know, when internally there needs to be some sort of rearranging, or like so the feng shui's off, you know, and you need to dust off the furniture, you know.
Yeah, you need to start again.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm at now. Like I've been kind of like afraid to pull the trigger, but I think I'm just gonna have to pull the trigger and do something wild, dude. Something crazy, dude. Something that wasn't foreseen by anybody, you know. But it is what it is, you know.
In lieu of Andrew Tate, you're not telling on yourself, right?
No, I'm not like that dumb fuck. And don't talk about that piece of shit on my show, dude. We don't associate with that fucking guy.
You know, I just saw some clips and he doesn't seem all that bad, okay?
Top G for guilty.
God damn it. Top G for guilty, god damn it. Nah, it's DMT. We have problems understanding what it is because whenever we're on it, we are no longer thinking the way we normally do. So it's hard for us to wrap our brains around what it did. Because it takes us so far that it's like we don't stand on anything. We're in the rushing waters of our personalities, observing it. But we always want to observe things in this is up or down, this is right or wrong, this is left or right. But on DMT, you don't observe them with vectors. You don't observe them with arrows. It's just soft cloth. It's just what it really is. I could say a million things about it intellectually, but for my human body, it's a cool little sensation. It's a nice little shape. Of course, it's a million and one other things, but when you ask what is a thing, you should always answer what is it to you, not what is it to other people or what other people's opinion of it is.
I agree with that, but I think we also have to touch base back to what you meant about internalizing, your thoughts and looking within, because when you don't do that, then you obviously don't do the whole, okay, what do I think about this situation? What are my actual opinions about Donald Trump? Not what fucking CNN says. And not what fucking the horse dewormer Joe Rogan situation says. No, what is ivermectin? Ivermectin, what the fuck? Why did Joe Rogan have COVID for only 2 goddamn days and after that he was fucking working out and kicking the bag? Yeah. And I was fucking out for the count for almost a month. Because I was doing whatever the fuck the government told me to do with my mask and shit, quarantine.
Government told you to do that. They would never do anything to harm you. Come on.
Yeah, and so we talked about that, and I think Fauci is fucking a crook, I think that guy is in a position of power where he has been completely contortioned and corrupted to the point that, like, we need to get that guy out of the fucking seat he's in, but you have guys like, man, I don't know his fucking name, and I don't want to be on the computer all fucking podcast. I'll look it up real quick. But this fucking guy is a fucking he gets on these like Sunday morning evangelical shows. He's a billionaire, dude. And he's buying airplanes for people. So like it's very, very bizarre to me how these people posing as leaders, as powerful individuals, or as even religious, individuals, that they're doing this, that they have this kind of power that they can wield.
Have you ever heard of secret socialism?
No. So what is that?
Currently, you live in a secret socialism.
Okay.
So
you just explained it to me perfectly, dude. But yeah, for the audience, can you please? Or you know what? I'll do you one even better. I'll explain it to see if I'm correct.
Go ahead.
Okay. So secret socialism, secret because you don't know you're under socialism, right? And socialism because you are in a society where you are oppressed and you are forced to live under the government's thumb. And what I mean by the government's thumb is that they feed us ideologies that we shouldn't be believing, but that's only to have public discourse. They have us enslaved by the 9-to-5 rat race, and they have us believing that we're free because we are willingly pressing subscribe on Netflix. So, tell me if I'm a little bit off.
Yeah, you're completely off. And stories like that usually make you understand that it's like a political climate thing and not a whatever. That's why it starts off with, so you currently live in a secret socialism. What does that mean? Well, secret socialism means that we are in a socialism, meaning everyone's getting about the same amount of proportion in their life, but it's a secret so that you don't become lazy. And the idea is that if you let go of all your jobs, your accolades, your whatever, the government will find ways to sustain you and provide for you and care for you. But they won't want to tell the population that we're going to do that for everyone or for the people the government enjoys. Because then if everyone knew we were in a socialism, we would all just become lazy and don't do jack shit. So it's like, it is a socialism. Most people are provided for. Even the people who don't deserve it, they get random raises and random like bonuses, and their income tax comes out to a little more, and they're like, ooh, what a weird thing. But no, the government fucking projects that to make sure that you live within the means that they want you to live in. They have like a bracket of where they want you to live. And if you become lazy and do so little, the government will magically come in with some, here's food stamps, here's whatever, here's some help just to get you on that level that they need you to be at. That's secret socialism.
Well, and to avoid revolts too, because if you have your people starving, that's also not a okay. Just let me finish my thought though. It's not a good idea to have your people starving, because that if I cannot feed myself, that's one thing. But if I cannot feed my daughter, let me tell you one thing. I'm gonna have to tell somebody something about this situation. And if I see that my friends are not able to feed their daughters, me and them are gonna have a conversation. And if you see that your brother cannot feed his son, etc., like you start fucking noticing some crazy shit. And now we're like, what the fuck? How about we all get together? But
do you? It's a weird thing, because do you see how that cures the main flaw of socialism?
yes, dude, because now we don't have that necessity to get up in arms, because they feed us the illness and sell us the medicine. Yeah. Essentially, what I mean by that is like, if we have an issue that the government themselves imposed on us, who do we fucking talk to? Not our neighbors, because goddamn, if that happens, that's a revolution looming. How about we go the peaceful status quo route and we call Social Security, we do our little food stamps bullshit, as you said, yeah. And now the government helped us out, and now Uncle Sam is our friend. Yeah, great. When he just robbed us of half our check. Yeah, check it out.
That's secret socialism right there.
Do you know this guy?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to... Did you hear that?
What?
He doesn't want to fly commercial because he doesn't want to fly with a bunch of demons.
Yeah, all you fucking...
With a bunch of demon peasants.
Yeah. That's what happens.
And he about to get in his fucking fully loaded Escalade.
Yeah, he's Mr. Copeland. That's what he does. Come on. Look how demonic he looks.
Yeah. Good answer.
Oh shit. Fuck, he's right there. He's like, yeah, well, for example, it's like, yeah, you got, bitch.
And I get his point too, because like that's the whole like
you could dictate in a charter jet.
That's the whole Mark Cuban situation, where he's like, dude, I'm a busy guy. Like, I'm not gonna be in TSA and shit. Like, I'm just gonna get on my plane and I'm gonna go from fucking Dallas to Houston, from Houston to LA, and from LA to New York, and from New York to home. And who gives a fuck? I'm a fucking billionaire. And this guy has a point with that. But the whole like, I'm going to be this humble evangelical, and the power of Jesus compels you, and I have healed you, and that's the kind of that's the kind of person that I am. And I wear a fucking two-piece beautiful Italian suit every fucking second of the day. Yes, even when I sleep, because the Lord rejuvenates me, and that's why my eyes look like this, because I'm always activated. I don't sleep. That's why I always wear the goddamn suit.
Are you
the eyes are windows of the soul.
Are you more angry at him, or are you angry at Marlboro? Who are you more pissed off at? Mr. Marlboro or this motherfucker?
Well, I'm just upset about the disguise. I don't give a fuck that he's a billionaire and that he does billionaire shit, and like buying people jets and shit. Yeah. But like, I know how he became a billionaire, and it wasn't by his own merit.
Yeah,
and it was by imposing the word of God onto people and making yourself an idol. As you said,
it's difficult when there's such clear evidence of how evil these individuals are, but people will still follow them because they don't want clear evidence. So it's like, there's plenty of clear evidence that the guy's an asshole. However this ends, I'm sure he's an asshole. Like, everyone can see it. But if you have like that religious zeal, you're like, no, those are the demons he's talking about, trying to trick him. But he's a man of the Lord, so he got out of it. Like anything will convince you that he's right.
And I mean, I am the perfect scapegoat too, because it's like, look at these demons demonizing Mr. Copeland, you know, and like, I didn't know he was a preacher. I thought he was like a banker, like an evil banker working with the Rothschilds. No, it turns out that he is the evangelical that saves people in the name of the Jesus, our Lord Savior.
The best gold is in God's mines.
Okay, let's continue. It's none of your business. Check it out. You get scary. Let me pray. I bet you he's wearing a Rolex.
Look at that ring.
Solid gold, 24 karat.
Those are actually pretty good glasses. I haven't seen
And
them
the
at Walmart.
Ray-Bans. Yeah.
It's a nice suit. It's actually tailored like perfect. Look how much gap there is. It's tailored perfect.
Yeah, dude. It's like...
And then it has an inner fucking
And
cloth also.
I bet you he has like 3 of those exactly the same. Like he's gonna burn right now when he gets home.
Yeah.
That's a fit of rage, that inside edition.
You're really trying to become the alien?
Dude, I gotta say, dude, this has to be in the thumbnail of the fucking podcast, dude. This guy is evil as fuck. Like, this guy burns children at the stake for breakfast.
I am not making that claim,
Okay,
Kenneth
yeah,
Copeland. I do not believe that in any way, shape, or form.
Look at him, though.
I believe you're an honest
Okay,
man of God, and I'm trying to
being
do
funny.
some funniness, okay?
I have the fucking shades, so I'm being funny. And quite frankly, I have the Kenneth Copeland shades, so
This
I
is
could be
all
a boss-ass
in humor. We
motherfucker.
actually believe he's a righteous man of God.
Absolutely, man. I love Kenneth Copeland. When I am so distraught.
I could see heaven's gold.
So distraught when I miss mass, so I turn on the function. As a matter of fact, I have to confess, I sometimes skip mass so I could catch Mr. Copeland and his function.
You can see God's glowing radiance from his face right there.
Look at him. Look at him.
In the thumbnail.
He's the
God's
fucking
glowing radiance.
baby. He's one of his favorites. That's why he's blessed.
Like I know Kenneth is not going to be on the right hand of God for my Lord and Savior Jesus is, but he'll be pretty close.
Kenneth is Jesus 2.0, dude.
I mean, Jesus was just preparing a way for him, okay?
Yeah, Kenneth is like, dude, you were just warming the fucking seat for me.
Jesus got nailed to the cross just so that there's be a little rebar for the foundation of this man's great
Dude,
kingdom.
you are not gonna crucify Mr. Kenneth.
No.
You are not gonna crucify.
No, well,
Mr.
the first
Kenneth.
crucifixion guy gave the materials. Now he built up the wealth.
But all jokes aside, like, I thought it was hilarious. So he's like, first of all, it's none of your goddamn business, bitch.
If he would have said that, I'd be like, okay, I agree. Like, fuck, you're right.
And everything else is like, I'm a busy man. Like, what the fuck you want me to do?
Yeah, as a human, you'd be like, sorry, we're really busy. We're running late. Thank you very much. No comment.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, let me pray. Let me pray first.
No, he looked at the Inside Edition, knows that's a notable fucking source. And he's like, I need to hit this out of the park because they're going to publish what I do.
No,
and I'm going to get more
he's
followers.
stumbling because of the line of questioning, which is like the problem. Like, he would be fascinated
He made a
to
bad
give a million fucking interviews for Inside Edition as long as he looks like a fucking benevolent fucking what would you call him?
Yeah, like a great person. He brings people
amazing,
into the
a
fold.
hero.
But
But
now,
look at him. He looks like a fucking...
now he's getting nervous because he started the interview and he's like,
No. I don't think he's a cold-blooded
No, he's nervous.
motherfucker.
He doesn't want to look bad. He's like, fuck, like, how do I get this one up on her? But he's probably on drugs or some shit right now because he's, look at that face, bro. That's not
Yeah,
normal.
dude, that's cocaine. That has to be
cocaine at
amphetamines.
least, right?
That has to be amphetamines or the devil himself.
Well, scratch the screen and smell. See if what it is. You know, because at this point, fuck.
Okay, let's continue.
I'm looking at your soul also, bitch.
Yeah.
I could see you. I'm the demon.
You know, but I know.
Yeah, I know what your soul looks like now.
I know that you know. She's like,
Her hair starts like coming up and she's like, fuck.
that's the problem with the this format doesn't work.
Yeah.
Podcast guy, podcast. Just the people who fly. Oh shit. Maybe that should be in the thumbnail. Fuck.
We wrestle not
Oh shit.
with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
You explain what he meant by that.
Yeah,
or let me, because I want to hear him say that
biblically
again.
what he means by that?
Okay. He's pissed.
You want me to explain it? Mm-hmm. We're not wrestling against Joe Biden. We're not wrestling against Donald Trump. We're not wrestling against Andrew Tate, nor are we wrestling against Hitler. We're
Or
wrestling.
him.
We are wrestling in a Christian perspective against the ideas that permeate, not the individual. So you are a homosexual, cool, love you, whatever, repent. We're in fight against the idea of homosexuality, the idea that an individual can have sexual relations with a person of their same gender, even though there's like clear evidence that that's harmful. So in that way, it's like you're not attacking the gay guy on the street for like holding up a yay abortion signs. You instead are attacking abortion because the individual that's lost in their sin doesn't know they're in error. So instead you wrestle with powers and principalities. So principalities and powers, it's like you are an individual and you can make some change, but your ideas can make a lot more. We fight with those powers and principalities because you put it into the mind's eye, and now that power of thought changes things, and you have to like wrestle with that to make it proper.
Yeah, and I mean that's why
And
they
principalities, principles.
that's why they put a bully in between, or I don't know in between where, but that's why they shoot polarizing individuals like JFK, MLK, you know.
Because that's dangerous. You could attack the president all you want, but you start attacking the president's ideas. I could go nonstop. Joe Biden's an asshole. Joe Biden's a this. Joe Biden's a that.
Yeah, no,
I start attacking the ideas.
we do it and it's fine because we do it in a jokingly manner, or we do it on a scale that's like just a fart in the air. But like, if you're the president of the goddamn United States and you start propagating an agenda that is not status quo or it's not the agenda, dude, somebody's gonna fucking delete you, you know? And it's like, why are they fucking doing this to Andrew Tate? It's
because he has a power and a principle. Powers and principalities. He has both.
I mean,
that's the left and the right hand.
Yeah. It's
for any one of your beliefs, you have to have power, potency, and principles. If you don't have them both, your idea is shit. Every idea you have to scrutinize with power and potency, power and principle. So potency and principle. If you give me an idea, I'm gonna first analyze whether it's a powerful idea and whether it could have an impact, and then I'm gonna have whether it's based in a good ass principle. You know?
Yeah, but like that's my point. Like, if it has power and principle, like you say, then it will have to be shut down at some point, because it's like a black hole, right? And the more you let it absorb attention, or like people, numbers, time, minutes under the screen watching this shit. Andrew Tate just in the yard, just like, escape the matrix. Oh, sorry. Escape the matrix and fuck bitches and tell her to make you a sandwich because she's a bitch. She doesn't make you a sandwich.
So with Andrew Tate, they could not take away his principles because they're correct, right?
Yeah.
So what do they take away?
Well, they took away his liberty, and that it's like so
They
stupid.
took away his power. The people who are evil in this world believe in these religious ideas. 100%. They believe in them more than your average evangelical Christian Kenneth Copeland, and they follow them to a
we're
T.
saying the same thing. Like, if you don't have freedom, you don't have shit.
Yeah.
So, like, if
you take away your power,
I'm free, but I don't have power. At least not that kind of power.
I could allow you to have all the principles you want, as long as you don't have an ounce of power. But the second you start having an ounce of power and principles, you're a source ready to explode.
So I hear that behind the scenes also, what he was doing, and this is precisely why he had to get arrested in the fashion that he got arrested, is because he was creating his own financial institution, and he was making his own fucking money, dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it was gonna be wildly worldwide available for us to use.
How powerful!
And PayPal, you could use it at the Circle K type of shit. Yeah, it was gonna be a game changer.
Yeah.
But who else does this kind of thing? JFK, Abraham Lincoln, and there's many more that go against the Rothschilds. Well, the Rothschilds are basically below the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye and the dollar bill is essentially Lucifer.
You know why I believe they're going to kill Donald Trump?
I hope not, dude. I hope they just put him in jail or like give him a spanking, dude.
No, I believe they're going to execute him, and the reason they're going to do so is because he's attacking the Department of Education. He says if he wins, that he's going to dismantle the Department of Education, which every normal human clapping, unless you're retarded and don't know what's up with that, every normal human's like, yes. Number one goal in our country,
okay, let me ask you a question,
Department of Education.
Is the normal human at this particular moment in history, whatever that means, is that what the majority rule is? Or are we having ludicrous people wanting these he, she, they individuals teaching our children?
It's a he, she, they. Because if you got to a point where you heard the principle of eliminating the Department of Education, you would be on board. Once you hear that, you're like, fuck yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems that that's phase 2 of the plan, right? Like, eliminate the ability of people to have forethought, eliminate the ability of people to have autonomy, because if there's another pandemic, what is the first thing people are going to do? Fuss for their fucking toilet paper. They're not gonna ask questions. They're not gonna fucking stand up in arms and say, why am I fucking being treated like this? Or why am I fucking being shut down? Why is my business acted like, no?
And they know it.
Nobody's gonna do shit, dude. Everybody's gonna fucking be like, okay, I guess I'll just fucking,
that's just what it is.
Hibernate for another fucking 40 days and let you guys scheme a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's very disgusting, because whenever like the city council members and stuff do some shit that's so egregious like they do, a mob should go with guns and be like, oh yeah, motherfucker, step down instantly or we know where you live. What the fuck are you going to do? We know where you live and there's a mob of us. You're not going to hide every one of us and one of us is going to go kill your ass. Undo that shit. We're community, but that's vigilantism, which could lead to bad results also. But when we can't trust the people that we like vote in, and it's all syndicated idolatry.
I think America is it is forged in anarchy, and people don't talk about it in these senses. People talk about it in many different lights. It's like, oh, the colonists were just tired of paying taxes, or like we are. Our roots are basically not my roots though. Like, that's so fucking funny to me, because it's like I don't identify with these kind of shits either, because it's like I am a first generation immigrants, you know. So it's like my culture, my family tree comes from a totally different region, and the things we went through are totally different. But it's still trauma nonetheless. And it seems that the people who are natives now, which is not the case, right? But it's just the colonists, right? And so they they wanted autonomy. They wanted something for themselves that wasn't just like a fucking guy fucking getting drunk and fucked by whoever he wanted, and wearing a fucking big ass crown that almost breaks his neck, you know. And it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna follow this guy no more. I wanna have a business. I have ideas, and first and foremost, I don't want to be starving no more, you know. So a lot of these guys from London and shit, they were fucking starving, dude. They wanted to fucking leave. They have no fucking place there. They actually were like, man, I don't know what's on the other side of the world, but like, I'm willing to take a risk, you know. But it's just like they got up in arms and they revolted, you know, anarchy.
Well, this place is not going to survive for long. And one of the big catalysts, one of the big sparks, is informing people how powerful they are.
Yeah.
It feels like you could never touch Beto O'Rourke, but we have his address. And that's not a threat, but that's like our political climate is way too supercharged and we're headed to civil war. And it's like everyone talks about that, but we are headed to civil war because we should establish things. When you as a politician tell me I'm going to do this and you get in office and you don't do any of it, why do I not have a recourse? Why do I not say I voted for you, but now I'm going to go fucking enough signatures and we're going to get you out of office because you didn't do what the fuck you told us you
Well,
did.
the problem is not voting for somebody and then that somebody like falling short of whatever the fuck. The problem is just the system, you know, and it's very much more so apparent nowadays than it has ever been, you know. It's just falling apart before our eyes, and they're trying to impose a lot of crazy shit. And dude, they
I'll be right
have,
back.
yeah,
Keep it up.
yeah. I'm just gonna keep playing the video. Nah.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm so reborn. I'm going home. And I like went in and they were like inflamed and now they're a little lower. So it is actually causing harm somewhere.
Yeah. Like during the podcast, I was like getting like phlegmy, you know?
Yeah, you can see like my tonsils, they're like recovering. But they did get affected by that vape pen.
Yeah, bro. I think we should just quit all this fucking electronic bullshit, man.
I agree.
I try to keep hanging on to it, but it's like the more I do, the more it's like your addictions, right? Like you identify. It's like your pride. It's anything else. And we're back. Yeah, dude. It's like your pride. You just want to hold on to it, and it doesn't serve you any well. I'm actually gonna work as hard as possible to humble myself, to create a foundation that doesn't depend on the glitz and the glamour, you know.
The best way I could do to humble myself was like the thing I said earlier, where I think of who I've wronged, why I was wrong, and I get back with them and like just say it. So there's people who like I've been a pretty big dick to. So to go to them and explain it in clear details why I was wrong, not knowing innuendo, not trying to win an argument, just like I was fucked up because I da 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 da, and they sit there and they're shocked. They're just like, yeah, man, it's all right. We all go through things, and I'm glad we were able. Whatever you wanna hang out later. Yeah. And it's like, wait, you're ready to make amends just because I was willing to admit what I did wrong. Like, I thought you were enemy number one, and you're like, yeah, well, métale, way. And you're right there like, oh, I'm a normal human, and yeah, we all fuck up. Man, I'm glad you figured it out.
And at the very end of the day, they don't have to accept your apology, but you'd most definitely have to go there if you're burdened by whatever you've done. You know?
I've never had someone not accept the apology, but I have had plenty of them still be angry, and I say, good, you should be.
No, but it's like, it's beautiful that like either way, like it's like, I know you're not gonna forgive me exactly, but I'm still sorry, you know? And I know that like it doesn't matter to you. You don't need my apology, but I need to apologize.
But there's healing in that because when you're able to articulate how you hurt them, that's the perspective they want to know. They want to know why you hurt them like that. Yeah. You know? So like that, it's healing for them, it's healing for you. It humbles you. And then you walk away knowing that if you saw him in the streets, you could at least wave and be like, yo, what up? He'd be like, yo. And just walk past you instead of, there's that fucking asshole, that mother. Okay.
So let's continue with Mr. Copeland. He doesn't want to answer the question. Okay, he answered the question. Who the fuck is this guy? Our little small airplane. We have the mini
one.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my piece of shit Escalade, you know. It's just my cheapy car. Yeah, so this is him in action though. Though he is a creepy man. This is why people love him. What the fuck? I want... Oh.
Cool.
COVID is Jesus' way of saying, buy me a jet.
You gotta work it, bro. You gotta work it.
Milk that bitch.
Yeah. Weapon method.
What the fuck, dude?
You don't hear it. Close your ears.
It's like the tongue never lies.
Weapon method.
It's like, oops. Slip
That's a
of the-
completely different word.
Slip of the tongue.
But in his mind, weapon, it came
That's
out.
all he's thinking, dude. Weaponizing his little army with fucking private jets.
That's not even close. Like, that's if it was a word that was close to it, cool. That's like the opposite fucking word. Like,
It's like not even. You're right. It's in a whole different ball.
rape the stupid cunt. I mean,
Ballpark.
marry her and love her. Like what the fuck? What the fuck did you just stutter?
Dude, you know what this reminded me of? I was on a date with this chick, dude. But this is I get a pass, dude, because there was this chick and she had a name with the letter P, and so I called her. I'm not even gonna say names, right? But I called her a name with a P that wasn't her name, and I immediately I called her name, you know, like slip of the tongue type of shit, you know. But it was at least with a P, dude. This motherfucker is like weapon. I mean transportation. It's like what the fuck? Yeah, like so. This is why I pay attention to like bad guys, you know. Well, sorry, the heroes of.
The vaccine is the mark of the beast. Okay, he's not that bad of a guy, right?
Okay, I like him now.
There's some parts of his message that, like, he's kind of based, actually, if you think about it.
I am actually 100% for him now.
You know, I used to not like Andrew Tate, but then I started watching him a little bit more. I'm like, wait a minute, I get it. You know, you do need a private jet. I need one also.
Let me put it. What's his name?
Is he wrong? Like, of course, I need a private jet.
I need a weapon. I mean, a way of transporting my daughter pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah. COVID is Jesus' way of saying, buy me a jet.
Okay, so like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Where's Copeland talking? Okay. This guy's a character. What the fuck? Oh shit, dude. It's about to be the 28th day of March.
2 days away, Jesse. Get ready for it. He's actually a prophet. No, you can't avoid it. It's 2 days.
Well, somebody fucking gave him a lot of fucking money.
It's my grandma. That's who it is. My grandma's right there watching it all alone because none of her grandchildren want to go visit her and shit, and she's right there getting some emotional connection.
Okay. So after we disconnect and we go back to our alien ways, totally foreign to this bullshit called podcasting.
Okay.
But we're gonna watch Keep Sweet, so you could see how we can answer this young Turk's question, which is how do people get into this ideology and how do people get behind this obviously a caricature of an individual, right? Hitler is a caricature. I mean, you look at a picture of him and you're like, what the fuck? You look at Kim Jong-un, he looks like Majin Buu. It's like you laugh at that motherfucker too. But they wield so much power and they have everybody thinking that there's some sort of deity, that it doesn't matter that you, logical person, understand this. Because at the end of the day, you might fucking get scammed by those credit card callers one day.
Yeah.
It might be you someday.
He's not out to what I call get you as an audience member. He's out to get people not like you as an audience member. So you might be looking at him being like, how ridiculous
No,
can they
yeah,
be
that's
to
what I'm
obey
saying.
it?
That's
But
what
it's just like, it's because you're not the type of audience for that.
Yeah, that's how I'm answering this question because, and I would even argue, just for the sake of arguing, that it's not necessarily the audience, it's the environment, it's the society pressure that lead people into actually giving out their monetary, belongings, to give up their freedoms, to give up their liberties, and to essentially allow governments to enslave you and weaponize their military against their own people and shit like that, you know?
Whenever you're a strategist, you need to analyze the strategies that actually work. And what should be concerning to you is that Kenneth Copeland's strategy works. If I wrote it down on paper, you would never accept it. But it does work.
I would never dispute that. I mean, he's the one getting blindsided by Inside Edition as he's
Yeah.
getting into his fully loaded $150,000 Escalade.
So what do you do as a strategist if you know tactics like that actually work on a population?
They're squirmy, dude, and he is exercising some very critical laws from the 48 Laws of Power, and I keep telling people to read that book. That way, we can avoid a lot of this fallacy. Because when you have this forbidden information, and that's all it is, really, because that's why you read a book like that and you're like, oh, I don't want to read shit like that. It's like Machiavellian and evil, and it's teaching me how to fucking be manipulative and a bad person. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, perhaps if that's where your mind goes, then that's probably like where you're at the moment. But you have to understand that the people that employ these tactics, they do it naturally. It seems that they're already born with it. And at the very least, they picked it up intuitively. And they're pros at it. So you being Mr. Benevolent, thinking that, woe is me, get the fuck out of here, dude. There's bad people. There's bad motherfuckers out there.
A good psychological strategy to make sure that the crowd is on your side is to pick out every individual in the crowd and tell them something unique. Hey, thanks for coming. Hey, that's a really nice necklace. You have a good night. Be safe. Because in your mind, you're like, Kenneth Copeland, he likes my necklace. He likes my... Because we want that, and a lot of people don't give it at all. We just talk past each other. But it's like, that's like a dark psychology strategy on a feminist channel. Every person you meet, tell them one unique thing about them. It's like, oh, is that t-shirt for X-Men? I see the X. Or is it just like something you made?
Yeah. I get what you...
And it feels good. And it's like, oh, let me talk about
but
me.
I mean, it's like anything else, because if you don't have the ability to mask that actual that apparent token of appreciation and admiration for whatever the fuck you were pointing out, you have to mask it with genuine honesty. And the thing is that when you do a poor job at that, then you raise people's suspicions.
The most important part of being evil is to be honest.
You know what there was this lady, and she just like fucking like, oh, you're so cute. She's selling tamales outside Walmart, right? And she's like, you're so cute. Oh, your tattoos, I love them. You look so beautiful with those tattoos. I'm like, you know what, bitch? Shut the fuck up and give me a dozen of that shit. You know? But shut the fuck up.
Who the fuck's going home richer?
Yeah.
And what did it cost her?
Yeah, kissing my ass. That's it.
It's easy. He has tattoos, okay? Oh, those tattoos. Can I? Oh, wow, look at that one. Oh, that.
I mean,
I would never get one.
dude,
I'm a viejita,
nah,
but
dude,
it's so beautiful.
I saw through it. It pissed me off, but I still bought her shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Shit. There's a lady on Zaragoza right now, and she's laying down like in a dress, and she's holding up a sign while like laying down like a damsel. She's like, give me money. But her legs aren't fucked up. She's just like laying down there acting like fucking poor.
Yeah.
It works. That is going to get a lot more money than a dude who looks like an alcoholic. Just like, give me money.
So when I was in Denver, I sat at the bus stop for a little bit, and a homeless lady sat next to me. Well, actually, no, my dad forced me to sit next to her, right? I'm like, what the fuck? And yeah, like she's the one that I told you. She's like, where'd you think you're going looking like that? Because I had like my watch and like fucking all decked out and shit. And I would, like I'm telling you, like I wasn't necessarily in that side of town, but pretty close, you know.
You said you're a first generation immigrant. Which country?
Mexico.
Oh, so you never got like the skills necessary to like travel, right?
What do you mean?
You're ridiculous. You're traveling. You don't carry shit. When you travel, you carry like Walmart shirts and stuff, but you're like blinged out in a different place. Like that's scary as fuck,
It's my
bro.
hometown.
Is it?
Yeah.
But you know people and shit around there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was like.
I mean, that's how I
thought-
knew. That's how I knew it was the bad part of town.
Yeah, I thought it was like.
I lived in that bad Colfax,
I thought you were like
Aurora, Colorado. Yeah,
I thought you were like randomly just in some foreign city doing that. I'm like, Jesse, if we ever travel together, like, come on, like, don't be flashing. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Put that shit away. Like, we're tourists here. But if you know that place, then it's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, that's coming from a place of fear, you know, man. I don't want to start my day like that where I'm like, I should probably not. But yeah,
like gold chains and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna walk out like in like a potato closet. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like,
no, but that's what I'm saying. Like once my dad took me to the fucking depths of fucking Aurora and Colfax, I'm like, Dad, what the fuck, Dad? And he's like, oh, it's because I wanted to get like this fucking shit, and he wanted to say hi to a friend. Next thing you know, I'm like, Dad, we need to get the fuck out of here. And then like those people that my dad was saying hi to, well, they were looking at us like, what the fuck, you know? And my dad was asking for a certain person. He wasn't there, but he was about to get there. And it seemed that they were gonna ask him if you want to wait for him. And I butted in. I'm like, oh, we were just passing through, just saying hello. We're saying goodbye now, you know.
when I'm not in control of the car, my dad sometimes does that shit. But when I'm in control of the car, I'm like, no, we're not going that way. Why not? It's like the ghetto is fucking part of town. We're not. Nothing will happen. I don't give a fuck. You know, like stop talking, because he'll like in foreign towns be like, let's go down this side road. I'm like, we're not going any down fucking side road. Like we're not from here. We're going I-10 and or the interstate and like getting off when we need to. Like I get very nervous on travel shit like that. I'm like, I'm not gonna venture out into the ghetto. If it starts like looking like a little bad, I'm like, maybe we shouldn't have a hotel in this area. Like, you know. Because there are places even here in El Paso that I'm like, I drop people off from the airport and they have like kids and a family. And I'm like, bro, I know you paid for the cheapest hotel room possible, but not this one, you know? This one's like a crackhead hotel. Like someone's going to come knocking in the middle of the night. You know, it's not but they don't know. They're new and they Google something and it's like, it's the cheapest price. We just need it for one day. It doesn't matter, you know? And now you're in a pretty critical situation. Or you could be if someone freaks out that day and decides to do some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I mean, you pay for what you get, kind of thing. Sometimes, unless it's a Gucci mink coat, then you get fashion, you get luxury, you get consumerism.
You get other people knowing that you bought such a luxurious item.
Yeah, they have another Louis Vuitton. It's not like we talked about it, but like they have this Louis Vuitton punching bag that I think it went for like $250,000.
And it's annoying because whenever I'm paying that much, I expect quality, and
it's just letters with the print.
Yeah, I'm like
leather.
I'm not the best at like leatherology or pursology, but I look at those purses, I'm like, that ain't shit. It doesn't even look good. What the fuck? Like you can make it look super fashionable, and what the fuck is that? It's just a bag with a little black triangle on it. Like that's retarded.
Okay, so like, how are you gonna justify $50,000 Birkin bag?
Fuck, a $50,000 Birkin bag better like heat and cool itself for if I need to bring my lunch. It better like have a compartment that's like for like pressurized chambers and shit. It better have like the science in it. It better have like a nylon fucking mesh that's made out of carbon benzene rings that does it's super light but it's super fucking heavy so you can still hit someone and kill them. And it has to be like incredible if it's that much. But whenever it's like it kind of looks like an old man played with leather and just like made you a bag and like here you go, and you're like, oh, that's incredible, here's $100,000. It's like, it's not even that good. Like I like your watches, they look good. They, you know, I bitch about how expensive they are for sure, but they look good. Like I can't look at them and be like, that looks like a fucking Nokia watch. Like no, they look great.
So the red one is risque, and I think that's kind of like associated with the alter egos that we talk about with the characters. With one of them at least, you know, because it's like It's like, look at me, you know. It has the big dial with the with the gold sorry, the
Rose
rose
gold,
gold,
yeah.
and the red leather strap. Like, come on, man. Like, you gotta look at me. And then when it has the see-through skeletal and but this one when I bought it, this one's special to me, dude. I actually traded another watch because I had given it to my dad, but I had gotten my hands in like a $300 watch, and I told my dad, I'll trade you this watch if you give me back the watch I gave you. And yeah, we did the trade.
Yeah, but it just confused me. It's like Abercrombie and Fitch clothing. Like, I've been a young kid looking at the mall, being like, you know, oh, those people look hip. Let me see what the clothing is, and I like pick it up, and the material feels cheap. Like, this feels like more real than the fucking clothing that Abercrombie and Fitch is made out of. And you're like, this feels cheap, and then you put it on, and it's like it fits wrong. Like, it doesn't. And it's at that time that I could wear like a medium.
I disagree. I disagree. It does not feel cheap, but then again, it does not feel better than what I'm wearing right now.
Is what you're wearing right now cheap?
It's not
A finger painted T-shirt.
Well,
it
didn't start off as a finger painted.
Okay, cool.
T-shirt,
Okay,
you know?
you're mischaracterizing my T-shirt by.
No, it's because I took it to work when at the paint shop and yeah, you go.
Shit happens.
I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. So like, it had only a white stain on it though. So I think for all intents and purposes, I added some more colors.
Oh, cool, nice.
Yeah.
Because I was like, your argument is that the $100,000
No.
bag doesn't look cheap, or like
No,
the,
my
the
argument
Abercrombie and Fitch?
is that it feels like the fabric feels nice, feels comfortable, and that's all I really looking at like
At Abercrombie and Fitch.
like objectively speaking, not looking at the price tag or the
Yeah, just the piece.
corny prints that they put on it. It feels good. It feels good to wear. You know, it feels high quality actually. But then again, this feels high quality as well.
There's a center of the population that like listens to Kenneth Copeland things, and there's other people who like don't listen to that shit. So maybe it's a different perspective of personality. Because when I feel that, I feel like the super cheap fucking towels at Walmart, like, you know, they're gonna tear and break. Like, they feel like ghetto. You know, you should buy the $30 towel, but it's like $30 for a towel.
Well, you could probably get better quality without the fucking corny brand. I think Abercrombie and all of these other companies are corny as fuck.
But
dude.
like the clothing at Abercrombie and Fitch,
Polyester, get the fuck out of here.
the clothing at Abercrombie and Fitch for sure corny, and the
Wait, hold on, but you know because I know somebody's gonna fucking take a picture of me when they fucking catch me at the Abercrombie and Fitch. Like,
Yeah.
oh, look at this motherfucker showing off his abs. It's like, no, dude. You got it twisted. The only reason you're gonna find me at an Abercrombie and Fitch is because I'm getting fucked up, like to the gills, off of the fucking cologne. I'm just like, oh, give me some more, unlimited power, and then like the abs come out.
literally
like,
fucking
automatically.
everything with you, fuck. Because that's what I hate the most. Like, I'm okay with the story, and it's like, okay, I wouldn't buy it, but I'm not angry at Victoria's Secret for having a bra for $700 or whatever. So whatever, buy your stupid shit. I'll look around and I'll never buy it. But then you walk in and it's like that smell. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Did a middle school's crotch just hit my face? Like, what the fuck is that? It smells like stupid bitch. Like, fuck. Like, my IQ is going down. Like, I hate that smell, and it's not that bad of a smell. It's actually okay, but like the smell of it, because I went in, I don't like it.
Let me tell you, like, it is a great scent, but like the fact that it's associated with that company and that brand, it's infantile to me. So like, if I smell Abercrombie and Fitch on you, I'm gonna call you out on it, motherfucker.
That's
Best
Abercrombie and
believe.
Fitch.
Bro, I am a man of class, not of fucking corn and meanness.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I fucking use cologne, if I use cologne, I will fucking use some good shit. You know, I'm not gonna
Some Abercrombie and Fitch.
not.
Oh, I thought that. I was like,
No, I'm not gonna wear that fucking dog shit. It's a fucking 30, like, it's a $30 fucking bottle bullshit.
I feel like a middle schooler's like, I'm coming up. Mm-hmm. You know, and you're like, look at him like, how cute.
but that's why I'm saying, like, it's a good fragrance. But
I came up with a business for you. You know those stupid fucking watches that used to have that had spinnies?
okay,
All it is a brand of shoes that are wheelies, but every one of the wheels is like pimped out like a car. So
Okay.
your wheelies has like rims that sparkle and spin and shit, and you're like, and they sparkle, and the kids will always buy it.
So Thomas always has great business ideas for me, never for himself. And it's like I would take you up on the offer.
You know,
man,
someone's
but
gonna buy that on Wish.com.
I know somebody's gonna wait, but I know it's gonna be take off.
They're gonna come and they're gonna like, look at my wheelies. They're 20 inches.
I have realized that like I need to focus my forces. You know, start one company at a time.
Get it started. Start that company. Make that bank.
Yeah.
But it's a cool invention idea. I'm just like, if the little stupid watches, they sold it and they died out like in 2 months or whatever, the wheelies, that's kind of funny. Like you go by and it's like, you could be ridiculous with it, which is the point. So Nike will come out with Wheelies Plus, which is like the Nike version of the wheelies, and it actually looks badass. What color are your Bugatti wheelies? Oh wow, that would make money. We make the product on GoFundMe called Bugatti Wheelies, and it's wheelies, the shoes, but they're like tricked out like a Bugatti.
Fucking Bugatti has like an electric scooter shit. It goes like for $3,000, dude, and it's like a little blue electric scooter shit.
God damn.
Yeah, it's fucking insane, man. How there's so much amounts of wealth, and it's all basically in one person's pocket. You know, essentially.
Yeah. Well, it's a strange phenomenon, but we're gonna be well because currently we're fed. You know, so things could go south, and I want people to prepare because the banking system is going through some volatility right now, which is a very concerning way of saying, store your rice, people. Store your fucking rice. Do some shit, because if nothing happens, then you have a lot of rice. If something happens, you're fucked.
You know what? Have we spoken about this?
Monsanto?
No, Mansa Musa, the richest man that ever lived, the king of fucking, I think Ethiopia or Africa. I don't know, dude, but he was an African king, and he went on this like pilgrimage to the Mecca. And while he was going on this way through the Mecca, he was just fucking handing out bricks of fucking gold to people. Here. To the peasants, dude.
Yeah,
because he was so fucking rich. And like his caravan, his convoy, it wasn't just like a few tents. No, it was a whole goddamn moving city, dude. Elephants, giraffes, everybody was fucking on the move, you know? Yeah. They would put up the buildings, and they would put them down the next day just so Mr. Mansa Musa could fucking move.
People forget that collectively we could do things like Burning Man and shit, or like the other one, Koshala. Collectively we could do a lot of shit, but they prevent us from collectively doing cool shit. We could go and do drugs and be hippies and be naked at Koshala collectively with 1 million people burning down a piece of wood. But if that many people came together to do something real, it would be destructive to the way of life that the elites have us living in. Because anytime they put some bullshit, we could collectivize together and be like, fuck that shit, and now the population's against you. You can't survive. They know where you live.
Well, hold on, man. Like, he gets to Egypt, and Egypt is a powerhouse in and of itself. Mm-hmm. He collapses the whole goddamn thing the moment he steps foot there, because he fucking, like he gives gold to the fucking poor. Who does that? Now, like, the economic system is, no, it doesn't exist no more. Mm-hmm. There's poverty. Like, the economy only works if there's poverty, and there's poor people, if there's people struggling, if there's people that need resources. But if everybody has fucking resources, then what the fuck?
When the world collapsed, be useful.
Yeah, I think you should be useful all the time, though. You know.
Well, a lot of people in this generation are completely useless. There's a lot of people who, like, what can they really do? How can they really help?
If the world collapses, what do you expect they're going to do?
They're going to die fast.
Some of them are. I'm assuming the Starbucks barista might rise to the occasion.
He's top G. Like, in 10 years, he's right there with a cigarette. Like, dude. That's what I said. We need a fucking union for Starbucks, bitch.
He is like the foreman of the whole shit, dude. He's like, what's his name? Jimmy Hoffa.
Fucking Undertaker needs to do that. Undertaker has to come out and say he's the new top G. Since I'm in prison in Brazil or whatever, the new top G is the Starbucks barista. And then he comes up with some bullshit on why that makes sense and shit, and it's just like a joke on him, you know?
But, yeah, I look, man. I think the whole Andrew Tate situation is very concerning because it's not like I'm afraid for myself. You know, like they even do like funny things, you know, like once you start like embodying the top G attitude, you think the Matrix after you, you think the CIA, like all this shit,
It
you
was
know?
in my text message.
Yeah. So like you get in this mentality, but it's like nobody gives a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like it's concerning to me because what about the people that are actually on the come up, that are actually gonna get some clout, and that are actually gonna be shedding some light on some shit that we didn't know about, or some truth that we should hear, and they're getting silenced. You know, that to me is fucked, dude.
Yeah, there's a silence in knowing things, and that sometimes you need to shut your mouth because if they know you know, you're not going to be here for long.
Okay, so the reason this is very concerning, guys, this secret socialism is okay up until it's not, until it's full blown communism, and the reason this is concerning to me is because it's a thing that we're accepting willingly. We're accepting willingly to have our rights stripped away, which can only lead us to believe that the next generation is not going to complain about the fact that they cannot tweet that the president is a fucking faggot, you know, or like a fucking dumbass motherfucker, you know. And they're gonna get arrested. They're gonna be sent, and even me saying what I just said, I'm gonna go get sent arrested.
Yeah, it's a hate crime or whatever.
Yes,
They
dude.
just come up with shit all the time.
And so when you go to North Korea, that is the full blown final product of this secret socialism experiment, you know? Like, you have people starving, you have people not knowing words for certain things, you know? It's crazy, dude. It's crazy what they go through.
Yeah, when you don't have the principles to fight back, you will have no power. It's the same. It's the same coin. Principle is synonymous with power. A strong enough principle will always make you powerful.
Yeah.
And enough power will always make you principled. You know, so it's like it's very difficult to play the two coins when they're one, but ultimately you need to do that in your life, in your well-beings. You have to. Do I like power in this situation? Do I like principle? Like, which is it that's fucking me up here? Oh, the principle doesn't make sense. I fucked up because I broke this principle. Cool, don't do it. Move forward.
But if you get indoctrinated into power, like King the Uns or the Kims have, you know, like it's already 4 or 3 generations that these dictators have been ruling, you know, and it seems that like the first tier of these motherfuckers, he came down from the Soviets, so he had all this communist training and mentality, so he understood how propaganda and media suppression, all this shit was necessary to keep a society at bay. But what they did is like next level, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could always turn it on ourselves also because we have a great many powers and we use them improperly. So it's like, yeah, power corrupts, but so does anything else. Lust corrupts, and curiosity corrupts, and intelligence corrupts, and lack thereof intelligence corrupts, and all these things corrupt, meaning none of them corrupt. They're all just attributes on a blank sheet. They're just crayons in a box. It depends what picture you draw.
Yeah, it's how you use the gun. Like you being a responsible gun owner should not be demonized or disparaged because some asshole decided to shoot up some building, you know?
Yeah, power corrupts, but that guy went out and gave gold to the poor. Their life's got a little bit better for a second. You know, maybe he didn't know it was going to collapse the economy, but he's like, look at all these poor people getting what would it be for them to get a brick of gold? That's the ultimate come up in fucking Middle East. It's like, you'd be afraid of someone killing you to get it from you.
Yeah, but it's the whole Mansa Musa story coming all around again, you know? It's like, what if somebody was so fucking wealthy that he's just fucking handing out like stacks of cash, you know? Or not, fuck cash, right? Because cash is like trash now. Remember when cash was king, like literally like a week ago?
You're telling me What incredible results would happen if a individual, or like let's say a group of individuals, just to be cliche, if they got together and decided to just like hand out cash to people who didn't work and just
or
like
not cash, but like Bitcoin. Like
Okay.
you just woke up and somebody cashed out to you like 10 Bitcoin.
yeah, what would happen if you gave a society money for no labor? What happened in Egypt so we could follow the same trend?
It collapsed, dude.
Oh
It
shit!
collapsed.
Fuck. Wait, but what is the U.S. government doing right now? It's nothing close to handing out free money to everyone in the fucking
Absolutely
world.
not. They,
Okay,
they,
cool.
they're giving out paper stuff.
Cool. As long as they're making us work and not just lay back and collect unemployment, I'm happy.
I mean, if they would give us free, real money like gold chips or something, then yeah, do it. But nah, they're just giving us fake printed money.
It's like the bank closing, like in California, and people are like, "Oh, okay," but they're gonna get their money back. And it's just like they're not gonna get their money back. They're gonna get my money back because we're bailing them out. Meaning, you took
Yeah.
money from my taxes to give it to them, and then you're gonna charge me next year to pay for
And
it.
who's getting convicted for this shit? Who's getting like some sort of fine or no, dude? Those VPs and CEOs best believe they're gonna get a bonus this year.
Yeah, who's getting a fine? Your wallet looks pretty fine to me.
Thomas, like, explain this to me. How the fuck is the oil companies are still making record sales? Like, like how?
They're making record sales because they're inflating the price
Or
because
not
there's less
sales,
supply.
not sales, but like profits.
They're making better profits because there's lower supply in the pool. If there's 100 Red Bulls, you sell them for $1 each. If there's 50, you sell them for $2 each. If there's only 25, you sell them for $4 each.
Okay, I understand that.
And in the same concept, there's only so much oil, meaning they're getting a lot of money because they could upcharge every single drop.
Yeah.
That's how they make the record profit because they didn't change their production. Their productions did not go up. Their production stayed the same. But other companies don't have oil in the system, meaning their commodity that they sell costs more. It's the only McDonald's in LA
And I mean,
that's open.
Yeah,
They're going to make a shit ton of money.
And let's not forget that in LA in particular, the gallon was like shy of $8, and over here it was brutal, dude.
Yeah, and
Brutal to fill up. Your
that's
tank.
why it's a best because if I'm selling tacos, I'm gonna get a guy to go and kill all the taco salesmen so I could justify charging $20 for my plates.
Well, I think that it's better applied if we go into like the cartel realms where these tactics are actually applied. It's like
Actually applied. We're talking about the U.S. government. It was applied.
well, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. These cartels. Oh, the government. The cartels. Sorry, I slipped up. I was like, cartels. You mean people with drugs? No, it's the government
Just
cartels.
being funny.
Shit.
Of course, I love Uncle Sam and its government.
I mean, I get a joy
I'm
whenever,
American.
whenever Uncle Sam tells me you need to pay $460 on the taxes. I'm like, yes, sir.
The A is for America,
America. It's beautiful, man.
and we're gonna make it great again.
No,
Best believe.
I love because I like paid my taxes off for $460, and the potholes just went away. Like it just works,
Yeah, teachers stop talking shit about the queer theories and the gay pride
Homelessness
flags.
nowhere. Like I don't see an increase. There's one or two, and they're mentally ill or something. But like homelessness, great.
The police got defunded finally. That's what we wanted, right?
Yeah, great, cool. Wait. All the things we just said seems like the opposite of what's going on. Fuck. Maybe that policy wasn't that great.
They say that fucking that lady probably has fake tits.
Who?
Palsy. Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Man, if I was her, I'd have fake everything. Come on.
She probably does, dude. She has so much money. She could have gotten like 3 different kinds of like boob jobs across her lifetime.
Have you gotten on the Pelosi Express yet?
Is it the trading?
Yeah. You just trade exactly how Pelosi does, and the program does it for you.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. How she makes thousands and thousands of dollars, like, and I think we have to highlight this on a major level that Nancy Pelosi is a thief. She's doing something unconstitutional right in front of everybody's faces, and we're saying nothing. Like, you saying like, oh, the banks got bailed out, and no, they're not getting their money, they're getting our money.
Yes.
Well, Pelosi, what she's doing is she's using her husband as a decoy, and she's feeding him information prior to like legislature
Days before.
Yes, before it gets passed. So like, let's say there's an electric car bill about to be put out for 2030, right? At that point, like, this guy puts all his fucking wad on Tesla, and whoop-de-doo, 6 months from now, he just made a killing, and he pulls out and...
Yeah, and when he pulls out, Tesla falls. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. So he
3 days later,
he doesn't
Tesla falls.
he doesn't just pull out when he made a profit. He pulls out exactly the right moment before it drops down.
That's
It's like,
why.
what the
That's
fuck?
why when
Who's
he
that
pulls out,
prolific at trading, dude? I've been trading like at the forex shit, and it's a fucking mind fuck, dude. You never know what's gonna happen.
that's why when he pulls out, you pull out.
Yeah, yeah.
When he gets in, you get in. No matter what percentage of money you have $100. Put it on the Nancy Pelosi exchange. See how much that 100 is in 2 months. 3 months, 4 months. Are the Pelosi's losing money or gaining money? What do you think?
Yeah, but the thing is that like that's something also that needs to be spoken about. Like the NSA needs to go. It needs to go. Like this national security situation. Like, how long are we gonna be in this state? You know, like where this is necessary. Granted, if that's the way governments are gonna be now because of spyware and infiltration and spy agents, that's fine. But like when it comes to having money so engorged in government policies and just the way they conduct business within their own domain, it's all money based.
And sorry, a lot of people are real like insecure about politics. So it's like, can you believe in the bill there was $300,000 towards giving immigrants blowjobs? That's so crazy. I'm against it. And they argue in Congress over it. And it's like, okay, we passed the bill, but we struck the fucking give immigrants free blowjobs, part of it. And Nancy Pelosi is like, damn those Republicans. But actually, in page 2097, there's a small little script that says 2% to whatever funding. That's the only thing she cares about. She doesn't care about the whole bill. She doesn't care about whatever. She'll take the loss of like, we can't give blowjobs to immigrants and pretend to be mad. But what she's actually wanting is a little fine print that you as a normal person don't know. And that 2%, it's incredible for her and her people. And she's like, oh, those fucking Republicans took out that part that was ridiculous. Oh, they're racist. The part they were really fighting for is that little 2% line where most people don't know that's the most significant. That's the most impactful. They hide the most incredible weaponry in the small details. And they purposely put a knife on the table to be all like, what are you going to do about the knife? Oh, let's deal with the knife. Okay, it's secure. Cool. They have one in the pocket, because you allow yourself to feel safe and secure. But the real power and potency is in those little numbers. A 2.3% change in the price of grapes at the supermarket to help with blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's neither here nor there. That's really big.
Yeah.
But we think that's neither here nor there. But those are the big things. And the things that we think are big, racism, murder, drugs and stuff, we're all in this. They're not that incredibly crazy. There is like people murder, people rape, people do drugs. It's not that incredible.
Yeah, and that's what like this like North Korean survivor is essentially saying. It's like you guys talk about justice. Like, especially the celebrities like LeBron James. Like, motherfucker, you fucking shoot hoops for the Lakers, my guy. What the fuck are you going to be talking about justice? And then she's like, you guys are talking about reparation. And it's, again, it's neither here nor there because it's like, what the fuck are the white folk of today guilty for the white folk of yesterday? And same for the what is the proper... Because I feel it's like it's got a tippy toe with the we're good. It got a tippy toe with the African American people. It's like because they're getting a little bit touchy about the African part too. It's like
I would be touchy.
Not all of us come from Africa.
I would be touchy and stuff if I could win a lawsuit where you call me a wetback and I'll get some money off of it. But until then, I don't really care.
It's because we're not talking about the wetback shit. Like. It's not in my character, at least, to start complaining about not my experience, but the very real experience that my culture has experienced, right? Which is racism, ostracization from a community, slavery on some level, slaughter, like our indigenous people, the warrior people that I come from, also got decimated. And they left ruins that people are awed and mesmerized by. But we have no idea who these people are. And quite frankly, there's like a certain sense of amnesia and anxiety because of that amnesia. Because we know there's something more to this. It's not just a fucking this.
Random assholes figure out random shit, and these societies get crumbled. What did they know that we don't know that could help us right now? Maybe they know some shit that's like, fuck, that's how they move the pyramid shit. We could use that for our constructions and do these things at a cheaper cost,
So it appears that they had some sort of machinery system also. They had machinery, they had technology, and they had knowledge. And it wasn't necessarily the Egyptians, because it appears that they're attributing the Egyptians as some sort of like grandfathered in civilization. Like it wasn't the they were already like there.
I believe they had primitive superconductors at this point. I believe that upon the pyramids, you find many depictions of workers working with a small purse and some powder. I think what they're powdering is they found a way to make those type of superconductors, but in an ancient type of way, which then will let you lift as much weight as you want. It could literally be like 3,000 tons, and it could still lift it as long as you are maintaining a superconductor. And that's the only way I could see that humans can do it this day and age, by utilizing superconductor technology to make big stones just go wherever you need them, precisely when you need them. No mistake.
Yeah.
So they'll be right there, like not chiseling, but they'll like make sure it's even, and they'll with the superconductor type powder.
How beautiful do you think they looked in their heyday, dude? Like the moment they put the last cornerstone.
They were white.
Is that what it's called? Cornerstone?
No.
What would you call the golden tip?
The pinnacle?
The pinnacle. Okay. So the pinnacle, the golden pinnacle of the pyramid of Giza. But the thing is that the Great Pyramid is very peculiar, because it is a pyramid with 8 sides, not 4, 8, and it's like, how fucking cocky, like how show-offy were these engineers and architects, that they're like, fuck the 4 sides, let's just fucking be more exact and more geometrically perfect, and complex,
I don't know how it's 8-sided. What does that mean?
Okay, so what great.
Because I'm looking at it, I was like, what?
Okay.
8-sided? I'm trying to look at it, I was like,
I'm so glad I brought this up, and because I finally could teach
some
you
geometry that I don't know shit about.
No, I mean, it's pretty simple though. It's like, imagine that this is one side, right?
Yeah, the triangle in the front.
This is one side. But the way they designed it and built it, it's like this.
So that the perspective seems correct.
Yeah, so when you're looking at it at a certain angle, it looks flush.
Oh yeah, so what you're saying is that they accounted for the curvature of the Earth.
Not necessarily. I think it was far beyond the curvature. I'm sure they did though. But like you have to look up at like the Mayans and the Aztecs also. Like they took astrology and the sun in consideration, right, when building these things.
Well, like the Roman like architectures, they're not perfect, but they look perfect because they take account the curvature of the sun. No, the curvature of the Earth, and in that you can make it look like it's a structure that's like right angles. Mm-hmm. When it really isn't. It's like lopsided, but because of how large this thing is, the perspective will be skewed. If you make it perfectly straight, when you're walking towards it, it'll look bent. But if you make it bend, then when you're walking towards it, it'll look straight. And it's like, how do they make something that incredible that big? And it's because there's like a curve to it that coincides with the curvature of the Earth, which wouldn't be too far-fetched whenever you're talking about they know the astrology fucking links between this shit and why they built it right there and nowhere else. Why didn't they build it like right next to the river or something,
Yeah, so like the problem isn't that they knew astrology, and the problem isn't that like they had some sort of technology that's foreign to ours and more sophisticated, on some more precise at the very least, right?
Yeah.
Like we have computers and all this shit, AI, but we still cannot get the level of apparent perfection that these guys had in their pottery. Like, even in the most nuanced things, they had so much attention to detail, you know?
What if it's a present and we refuse to open it?
What if it's what?
A present and we refuse to open it. Aliens came and dropped it down for us, like as a care package, but we refuse to open it or we don't know how to use it. Like, like aliens set us a communication device and we looked at it and we're like, we don't know what it is, but they thought they did this and we were like, but the pyramids is a communication device and we don't know how to turn on the cell phone and use it.
Yeah, that's a very, very possible thing. I mean, like, the whole genetic modification thing is also something that I'm fascinated by.
What the fuck? They were supposed to hold hands around it to start it. Why did they never do that?
But check it out. Like, they have several thousands of miles worth of tunnels underneath the pyramids, which, again, leads me to believe that these pyramids were maybe some sort of antennas for communication or some sort of Wi-Fi version of electricity. You know, like, there's no fucking light post. That's why it's like we cannot conceive what they had going on, because it wasn't modern. It was advanced. It was technology in connection with the gods, you know, with the stars, with the universe. Our technologies, it seems that it's very much ingrained with ego, you know, and theirs is more like of the world, you know.
There's a lot of people hear the satanic creed of as above, so below.
We have already debunked the whole satanic association to the as above, so below comments.
I don't agree with that. I believe it is clearly satanic. So I don't know how we debunk that. It's a satanic
You
creed.
said you agreed when we saw the video, like the pentagon or pentagram. Sorry. Oh, the pentagram.
Freudian slip.
Yeah. Anyways,
Something.
so the pentagram, whether it's standing up or down, it's like it means different things, right?
Yeah, depending on who's drawing it.
But the Star of David, which is what it depicts as above, so below, it's the same nonetheless. So what it's saying, in my estimation, is saying that, like, in your imagination, you can manifest it in your reality. The Think and Grow Rich, whatever. But also, like, the thunderous roars are coming from heaven can be heard here in a thunderstorm. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like how I encapsulate that saying. You know, like, nothing nefarious. It's just like the deep connection that this realm has with the divine. You know.
Yeah, and for me, I kind of get that statement, and I think, as above, so below.
Yeah. So, like, this is the above and the below is hell.
No, not at all. So whenever I get that saying, like, as above, so below, I think of, like, if it's the same above as it is below, how is it here? Like, what is here? Is it as is here is above, as is here is below? Or is it that we're completely different, but above and below will be the same thing? You know, hell or heaven? Like, it's a weird saying. It's like it precludes here, you know? And it's like, why would you do that?
But you're afraid of it because of the implication that it might have some sort of demonic or satanic, you know, affiliation, which I don't think it does, because it doesn't make me feel that kind of way hearing that, you know. Doesn't make me feel good either. It just makes me feel like it's a truth of the universe, you know. It's like, it's a fact. You cannot change that. It's not an opinion, you know. It's like, as above, so below. As God fucking speaks it, so it will be, you know.
Yeah, here or whatever.
Yeah.
It's definitely a weird one, and I guess I'll have to look into it.
We definitely have to, because we wildly accept the yin and yang concept, because it's not necessarily associated to anything. Even the symbol in itself speaks to me as balance, not necessarily, and peace, right? Peace, because of the balance that there is, you know. And when you see as above, so below, I will tell you this. I think that people could use that particular phrase for magic. I believe that's the thing that will be able to transcend religion and the occult. You know.
Well, a lot of people ask like, where do these like rituals come from that these cult members like do? And I always tell people of the cults that are like very like prestige and not just a crazy motherfucker, like they have good money in them. They get them straight off the Bible. Like they believe in the Bible through and through, which is hard to explain to people because people are just nonsense. People are like, they hate the Bible and Christianity and they never read it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Every one of those kids before they turn 10 has to understand and recite the Torah. Like they don't like the Bible. They're fucking in it worse than anyone else.
Yeah,
worse than any Christian.
Mr. Copeland.
Yeah. Like fuck.
Like he's answering questions by reciting scripture.
They see the potency of the Bible and the scriptures and they utilize that for their means because their idea is that if God's telling you have power if you do these things, we will get that power and use it for bad. You know, it's like, okay, you're supposed to do this, this, and that. They obey it. They do it. They do it more than the Christians. And the Bible actually has a verse like this. Jesus goes up to a man who has been tempted, is possessed by like 1,000 demons. And then it's like, oh, the guy who's tempted by the guy who's possessed by 1,000 demons comes up to Jesus, starts worshiping him, and says, "The Savior and the Messiah, the precious Lamb of God, are you here to destroy us?" But it's like, what did the demons do? The first thing they fucking did, they worshipped him. Mm-hmm. The demons went up and then they requested him. They're like, "Let us go into the pigs so that we might not suffer your presence a moment longer." And he says, "Very well." He commands the demon, which is the controversy in the Bible where it's like, this man commands the demons instead of destroying them. He put them into like the swine and let the swine fly off the cliff. But like, what is the spirituality that they worship him as well as they obey him? And it's just like Jesus said, it's very wise that you say God is one. So do the demons and they shudder. Because it's like people have this weird perspective that evil people are dumb or evil people don't believe in righteous causes. And it's like they do, and they utilize it. Like the 48 laws of power, I'm sure a lot of motherfuckers are using that type of shit for manipulation. It's just like me, like point out something special on someone. I use it as a friendly so they could remember me. They're like, oh, he checked me out. He saw something. He noticed I did that shit. Cool. I know people notice just to boost their, but I could also use it in the other one where I'm like putting little happiness in their mind and they're like, oh, I like that guy, he's pretty cool. So now I'm like manipulating a friend to be on my side and I'm the cool guy who's giving out good compliments, you know?
Yeah, but see, like it's all intention, because if it's like you understand that a good warm-hearted compliment can go a long way, yeah. Especially if they're having a bad day, right? Like I told you, like, fuck, that one time I got told that my jacket was badass, like this motherfucker made a fucking point though. Like I was walking out of the fucking Dunkin' Donuts and this guy's like, badass jacket, bro, in front of everyone, you know? And the barista that I liked was there, so I'm like, fuck yeah, you know? Like, I just like,
yeah.
And that made me feel good.
I wonder if you're more likely to go to that one instead of any other ones.
I always go to that one. I only go to that one.
But it's like those tactics are useful. I wish people would implement them, but it's like, well, what if they do it for evil? I'm like, anything in the world they could use it for evil. I could teach you how to make lemonade and use that shit for evil. Like if it's a good person, I want them to have all the skills necessary to combat an evil world. If it's an evil person, well, let's fight.
Yeah, but I mean, you see, when you pose certain ideas about like, okay, well, we have these Satan worshippers and they have these fucking ways of thinking and conducting themselves, so we might as well just like delete them from society, you know? I think we should embody Jesus, or the idea of the human-like version of God,
yeah,
you know, which is like, okay, there's evil in front of my face, but I'm not gonna destroy it. I'm just gonna cast it away, you know?
Oh no, that's not how I read it. I read it that if a child harms one of these little ones, you know, it would be better for a noose to be tied around their throat with a millstone and for them to be thrown into the ocean. So it's like, I don't. The cast away the demons is weird. Like even that one I don't get. But like when it comes to people, Jesus was real kind of violent with it. It was real like repent or else, you know. So, and that one is weird because it's like cast away the bad people and they're gonna come one day and like do bad things. It's a weird back and forth because it's like, how can you prove they're gonna do bad things just because they have the idea? And it's like, I don't know, but every time I see an FBI report where it's like, oh, this person had been on the internet saying he was going to do it on this day, and he purchased an illegal gun, and he said he was going to this school, and he posted a farewell on Facebook, and I'm like,
Yeah, but that's totally different
You
to the scenarios that you were discussing with me prior
no,
to
it's the
that.
same thing. Do we cast away evil just because it speaks and proclaims to be evil, or do we give it the chance to repent and relent, or maybe not go into that evil, although they keep the beliefs? Like, how naive can we be until we're like, okay, bro, like you're buying way too much tannerite. What the fuck's going on? Like there comes a point.
Yeah, but you say that, but like, who gives a fuck about homemade bombs and all this shit? Like, the fact of the matter is that the issue with your idea is that, like, okay, you have this guy fucking talking shit on Facebook. That guy is actually alerting you, like giving you a heads up. Great. Then, like, the reason they get away with that is because we have shitty security at schools.
Yeah.
Because we have shitty parents at home.
Yeah.
Because we have a society that enables children to get handguns. Like, they're not fully developed, and they're probably having a very, very shitty time in and of itself living their lives if they're already thinking like that. So, like, I empathize with their plights, but I do not think that by nipping it in the bud, so to speak,
Yeah.
that's the solution, because I can very easily fall victim to that ideology. I could say something that could be off, like my normal way of speaking, and then boom, I get shot in the face because he was gonna kill the children.
I think one way to liquidize my political beliefs is as followed. If you want people to be better, you provide them with power and with principles in even order. They have to have a lot of principles. They have to be principled individuals, and they have to be powerful individuals. They can't feel weak. If you give people anything in a wrong proportion, then they'll turn evil. You give them too much power with no principles, of course. They give them all the principles with no power. Now they're angry because the world's an evil place. But if you give them an equal diet of power and what's the other one?
Principles.
And principles, then it's a good diet. And it's just like Christ says, this is my blood spilt for the many. It's powerful, the powerful of God. And like, this is my body, my principles, what I did here. Follow me. And it's like, this is my body, the bread, the blood, the wine. It's powers and principles. It's like two things. Why are there not three parts of that meal? And it's because there ought to be, because the true human condition, if I want to build you up, I'm concentrating on giving you principles that you could utilize, as well as the power necessary to execute. But if I reject any of those and don't teach you the principles, then I would be damned to give you any power whatsoever.
Yeah. And I mean, some would even argue that, like, or would even add to your argument that, like, you don't acquire power without principles,
Yes.
or not sustainable one, because you have the Pablo Escobars.
Well, it's good or bad principles and good or bad power.
You have the Hitlers, and it's like, but look at the difference though. Like, you have somebody who could be benevolent and be ruling for a long time, and just be remembered, but then you have somebody like Hitler, and that motherfucker, he was like just a flicker in time, and yet he's so fucking polarizing.
Yeah. Did he have good principles?
He was a horrible individual.
Did he have good power?
But like, the thing is that he had conviction.
Mm-hmm.
He had.
So he did have principles, just evil ones. That conviction, it's not an evil principle, but he utilized it because his conviction is like, I'm gonna go set this straight.
Yeah, and I mean that's why, like, hyper intelligent individuals are scary, because you don't know.
I hate abortion. It's murder. Any woman who's had an abortion, you murder your child, repent to God. But I hate whenever, like, Christians and stuff go to abortion clinics with, like, the ugly signs, because it's like, these women that are going in, that they don't have the principles of what they're doing. They don't understand that. Why don't you just fight at, like, the courthouses and shit? Because these random women, they're going to look at you and they'll be like, I'm just trying to get an abortion. I don't see it's wrong. I don't see it's... And now they could think that argument's crazy. And it's like, they harassed me at the whatever. No woman should ever have to go through what I went through. I'm going to stand up and fight. And it's like, why are you guys there? Like, don't be there. If there's, like, a corporation that's, like, doing wrong or something, protest at the courthouses and shit and say something has to get done. But it's like, That's not the right principle to attack random women who are getting abortions. I understand asking them to like please repent and stuff, and I kind of sympathize a little more with that, but it's still kind of
let me stop you right there. So in what way does your philosophy allow that idea alongside there's the Baal worshiper people that need to be killed on unemotionally or without a trial?
Well, you're
And in fact, they didn't even commit a crime. They just have some sort of like affinity for the occult and Satanism.
well, I mean, it goes back and forth because my principles assume that it would be powerful if we didn't have these things, and I'm only skewed by like my own beliefs and rationales because do I really know abortion statistics and what happens to a county that you reject abortions? Does the revenue goes up? Do people live better? But like I believe I understand the fucking concept of killing a child, so it's like my principle on killing a child is higher than like the harm caused by the abortions or caused because a woman doesn't have access to the abortions. I can't measure it all out, so I have to stick on the only principle that I could be certain of. And the only certain principle within the dynamic is that the child's going to die. Paragraphs.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question though.
Yeah, how do I pair it with like the people doing like the child sacrifices next door? They're killing children. You should go to the courthouses and deal with this without the fucking entourage of fucking people.
Like I think that's on some level. I'm sorry to tell you, on some level you just say noise, and quite frankly, what's happening here is like you just dodged the whole opposing, colliding ideas that you proposed, which is on one level. There is the possibility, maybe, who knows, he's maybe being edgy or he really believes in Baal, the demon god.
Yeah.
So it's like, we're going to kill him, regardless of whether he committed a crime or not. He might have helped a fucking lady cross the street that day, you know? He's just like fucking punk rocker kind of guy. And the person who's genuinely killing a baby...
Yeah, in the womb.
Because I actually subscribe to that idea too. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to protest.
Well,
but I can only say that as a matter of a fact, you are killing a baby.
Yeah.
And
Okay, then I'll be less pussyfoot about it. Abortions should be across the board illegal, other than medical type of fucking weirdness that the baby will never come out. And any woman who performs on herself an abortion or any doctor or facility that also conducts themselves in that manner, every one of them should be slaughtered. Every one of them should be executed for participating in that. You know, if the woman did not commit the abortion yet but is seeking it, she should be jailed until the child gets to come to term.
And see, that's kind of like what I was trying to corner you into saying. Like that.
No, it's not a corner. I love being here. So
no, that's because the idea is that you have to be congruent. Either we kill the Satanist and the bitches killing the babies that are actually killing babies.
Yes, yeah.
Or we don't kill anybody.
No, we execute the women who get abortions, especially the women who get abortions where it's like lifestyle convenience and stuff. It's like 100% yeah. If I had to sign up on that legislation, my answer would be a yes.
Okay, so
death
like
penalty.
You have to take into consideration that you are enraged. So like
because I stand on the principle of it's a child.
Yes, and I 100% agree with you that. But like there is some sort of hyper violent way of mitigating the issue. So like my question to you now is like, how do we mitigate the issue without so much brute force?
You go to the
Is there a way that we can wiggle around this?
Yeah, you go to the courthouse and you make it illegal and you make it less operable for people to do it. Because I understand that I'm like, yeah, kill the neighbor who's whatever, but I also believe in legalities that we should weigh by a judge and a jury and by lawmakers if this is a real concern or not. Because like the Satanist who's like, I'm a Baal worshiper, but he really doesn't do shit. Okay, whatever. But whenever these people really pop up and they're really like about that shit, it's like, how naive can we be? Like at what point and that's a question that can never be answered because it's like, I'll draw the line right here and you think it's too conservative. You'll draw the line right here. I'll think it's too liberal. And either way in the balance, for me, children are being killed. That's why I go extreme. But I understand that sentiment is hard to give to someone who doesn't have the principle that that's actually a baby. Because having an abortion is the same as if someone killed my nephew. It's like, damn, like, what the fuck? We're just letting people do that shit? Mm-hmm. But because most people don't see it as, they're like, it's just a little procedure. It's a little mucus and you're done.
Well, you know what's funny, dude? Like, I saw a lot of women in particular they're the ones that see it totally the opposite direction. It's like, first and foremost, it's my body, so who the fuck do you think you are? And that's fine. That is true, you know. But the father, okay, if the father has no way of getting out of child support, then and because it's like, well, I mean, it was my balls and my sperm,
Yeah.
like to begin with. So it's like, why don't I have a say in this? Like, why do you have the final say whether you keep it or not?
Yeah.
You know, like what if you are a very eager parent, like a father rather? I might not love you, but I am very much enamored by the idea of becoming a father. And then next thing you know, don't worry, I got an abortion.
Oh, it died.
It's like, what?
You're not a father anymore.
Dude, that would break my heart, dude.
Yeah, you thought you were a father 10 minutes ago and you were preparing with diapers and stuff? You told your family?
It's a fucking bitch like that I had relations with, had an abortion, and I hope I never find out, dude. Like, that would devastate me.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
horrible. It's tragic. And because of that, I said such severeness where it's like, you're overblown severe because you're emotional. I'm like, a little, because I really do see...
No, but I'm putting things into perspective.
20 abortions done in a city is the same as you telling me someone went into a elementary school and gunned down 20 kids.
No, because and it's not a utopia, but in this scenario where you are king of the world, I have to advise you to like look into different ways of solving issues rather than just decapitating people, you know, because it's going to be a slippery slope because you fixed the abortion issue, you fixed the Satanist issue, but now it seems that the issue is that you're fixing issues by decapitating people.
Yeah,
you know?
You're a benevolent, evil ruler.
Yeah.
But I think I'm doing good, which is exactly why I wouldn't be a ruler, because my power versus my principles don't line up, because that seems like too much power to exert over the principle that it might or might not be a dead kid.
Yeah, and before people get like upset or scared, it's just hypotheticals,
Yeah.
you know?
So like for me, it's like, I know I'm not that great of a ruler. I could make discerning judgments, but I do go to death.
No, and
you know,
and I appreciate your honesty, because a lot of times like we want to go the politically correct, and I kind of wanted to push you that route too, you know, like what would be the politically correct way to fix an issue? Because
well, it's not
because yes, dude, like killing and shooting and decapitating has always been the number one solution for anything. But that in and of itself is a issue, you know?
It's a difficult, because I say kill these women because they're killing children, and the other person says they're doing a normal procedure. Even at 9 months, it's just a medical procedures that you just go in and get done, and you're making it seem like it's a kid. It's not a kid. It's nothing. You go in and I'm like, at 9 months, bitch? Yeah, it's nothing,
Whoa.
you know? And then my side is like, at day 0, once the fucking egg hits that's it, you're done. But we live on the opposite ends. One is like 9 months. Yeah, it's her body, her choice. And one is like, no, fuck
I'll
you, no choice.
push it even further, dude. It's in my ball sack. Like all those little cells, like sperm cells, they're possibilities. They're all individual children that could be mine if I so much will it.
Yeah.
And how do I will it? I take the bitch out for a Rep Loster, and we fucking have a few months of genuine connection. And once we're Netflix and chilling, man, best believe my fucking child is gonna be popping out 9 months after. But the reason I say that is because if I don't go through that process, then it's just sperm, right? It's just cum. No, bitch. Like, I could turn that possibility into something else, into life in this world.
Yeah, it was just sperm until it landed on the egg. Now it's something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like on the other end, you'd be like, what's the end of that? Because I'm like, kill them, but you're like mitigating factors for it. Fuck, the mitigating factors for abortion would be that I would de-incentivize single-family households. I would incentivize educational policies that stand upon education. I would de-incentivize like welfare and social security and stuff like that, so that people can't be dependent on the government for those things. So they have to make more proper decisions with their life and their conduct. And for the man, during the time that abortions are legal, if your state legalizes abortion, I say any man should be able to give the woman, from the second the woman tells the man, I'm pregnant, whether that be on month 5 or day 3 after a pregnancy test, he could sign a paper that says, you may or may not have the child. You could do whatever you want with the child. I refuse the rights of fatherhood. so you can make a decision if you want to get rid of it or not.
Yeah, that should be the first process.
Yeah.
Like whether I want to be a participant in the child's life. So it's like, okay, you want the abortion, which means you don't want to be a mother. And speaking more profoundly and honestly, the raw truth is that you don't want to go through the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Like if you could just put it in the funny oven and pop out a baby, you would love it. You would actually want it. But you don't want to go through the pregnancy. That's why you want to fucking put it through the shredder. But I, as a father, I think that you should keep the baby. So like you go through the pregnancy, but you sign the paper that you don't want to be a mother. You know?
So like, I know I jumped to murder, but it's like, you want me to give you a proper jurisprudence? Okay, it'd be like this. Any woman or any individuals who has more than 2 abortions must have a hysterectomy as well.
No, dude. And well...
Because it's already 2. Like, come on, bitch.
It's like, it's not even that it's bad, because quite frankly, what the fuck is abortion? It's unequivocally murder on a grand scale, you know? It's genocide. And it's like social, like you saying, the socialism. Well, this is an undercover ploy to gentrify people.
50% of black children, not that high in the white community. It's kind of weird, isn't it? 1 out of every 2 black child. If you see a black guy out there, shake his hand and be like, bro, you're Mr. 50%.
Well, it's because there's no more crack babies. There's no crack addicted baby mamas no more, because they're having abortions, my guy.
Yes, they are.
But like,
all these black babies, it's like, goodbye.
Dude.
You had a chance at life, but your mom's a bitch.
I definitely would say this, and I'll say this. That's one thing that I could get behind with. If you have at least considered, if you have an abortion, you should have your tubes tied, and you shouldn't allow to even like participate in motherhood ever again.
It's easy.
Because
are you sure you want this abortion? This precludes you from having babies later. Are you sure you want us to do that process?
Yeah, it's part of the package.
Either you could have the baby, or if you want to abort it, that's fine. But we know you're the type of person that makes bad decisions and murders children.
No, it's not even we know, because we don't know. Because that's kind of like my basis for everything. In the market, you don't know. It could be bearish, it could be bullish. In life, you don't know. Today was a great day, but tomorrow could be dog shit. You know. You don't know. You don't know if they're gonna have another abortion, but we're not gonna take a chance, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Nah. And the statistics get even more sinister, because the women that are getting abortions are repeat customers. Mm-hmm. On average, they're getting 4 abortions.
Yeah. It's very easy, and it's like, go to another state and get one, but it's like, alternatively, close your fucking legs. Like, alternatively, wait until you're in a committed relationship and you know he could provide for you. Alternatively, it's not about you. It's about your child who's coming in the future, who needs a father. It is so clearly important that strong father role model is needed. Yet you're opening your legs to Jeff, Mr. Bumfuck Nothing. And it's like, okay, that's great. You don't have too higher standards either. But don't have your standard of like, I'm going to open my legs to any fucking Jeffrey, Tom, and Dick that comes my way. You know, it's like, be a little selective, but it doesn't happen. We all know it's due to human error. We know it's like what I say. It's no fair that my insurance doesn't cost more because I'm obese. Until I get into normal weight category, my insurance should cost double, triple. It's no fair that I'm a fat piece of shit who's going to have a heart attack, which is highly expensive, and you who work out are going to be paying for it. Thank you, your insurance went up. I got to go in the hospital. That's some bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you this. It's no fair, definitely, but I don't want to go there. I don't ever want to go into the no fair territory, because once you're in the no fair, it's dangerous, man. Because you end up looking in the mirror and being like, man, what the fuck? Why can't I catch a break, man? Fuck that. You know, like, life sucks and sometimes you're in a rut. But if you say it's no fair that you have it better than me, because you eat McDonald's and you pay less than me, It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I should be happy that your fucking premium is that low, disregardless of your weight, because you're my friend, dude.
No, but
Like you're
I'm not. You're a taxpayer, and I'm a random asshole who doesn't take care
okay,
of my health.
but in this scenario, you're my friend, and I love you, and I want you to have a great life, and I don't want you to be overpaying on your goddamn insurance. Now, if you're some random asshole that I don't fucking know, and you're I think that that's the wrong mentality, because though it's not equality as people, that's the issue that I'm trying to convey. Yeah. Equality, the idea that things should be fair. It's like we keep promoting these ideas over and over again, but they keep manifesting in such a negative fashion that I don't want anything. I don't want equality. I don't want people to be the same. I don't want us to be fair. I want things to be as unfair as possible. And for us to figure out how to fucking cross the river of struggle so we could be on the side that it's very unfair, but it benefits us, you know?
Yeah, I just find that like really haphazard, because it's like, hey, I got another DWI. You're gonna have to pay me a bit extra. You're like, you decide to make those decisions. Why am I paying for it? And if we go down the road of like not caring about fairness when we attribute it to justice or politics, then at some point you're gonna have to be paying for all the shitty decisions other people make, and it's no fair, because it's like, should I pay extra for my health insurance? Yes. Why? Because I need some incentive to be like, I need to lose this fucking weight and get better. You know?
Yeah, but like, how long are we gonna keep living this life, this human experience, searching for love and peace and equality,
around 100 years,
fairness? Bro, we've been raping and pillaging for this bullshit our whole existence. It's not gonna happen. It doesn't exist. There's always gonna be a monarch with a fucking crown, and there's gonna be a lot of fucking bleeding peasants trying to keep that fucking shit show propped up. You know?
Yeah, people's minds are completely
England's collapsing, but best believe the next monarch will make it great again.
Yeah, they'll find something.
The president sucks today, but it will be the next one will make great America. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't stop, dude. It doesn't fucking stop. No. Like, but the idea of equality, just to finish off my thought, is dangerous because it's not real, fugazi. So if there's ever a time where we actually feel like, oh, we finally got here, equality, everybody's on a level playing field, everybody's paying their fair share, best believe that's when we're fucked.
Yeah, no, equality is of course a pipe dream, and everyone knows it. Even the people who argue for it are like, okay, equality, but not like that. Yes, equality, but come on, you have to go fight the intruder. You know, so yeah, I think equality is also like a horrible thing, but I'm not like placing the burden of equality on this topic. I'm placing like what mitigating factors, because if I weigh more and I have to pay more for my insurance, we could also put in the benefit that I'm paying more for 3 times a week personal trainer. You know, I'm paying more for like professionals to help me with my debilitating condition so I could get in a better location. But that debilitating location is just because I made choices. Unlike other debilitating illnesses, like someone ran you over and you got your crippled legs, I think you should pay the same. But that's because you didn't choose it. You know, I chose to keep eating and not having discipline and stuff, and they need to like de-incentivize me for being. It's just like the airlines. We should have the right to have 2 chairs instead of 1 because we're bigger people and you need to accommodate for me. Well, that costs a shit ton of money, bro. And whenever I'm sitting there and I'm fucking, my fat are going into like the other guy's seat, he's like, I bought a seat on this plane. Why the fuck do I have to have his fucking no deodorant ass, musky ass fucking fat flapping over into me?
Yeah, well, why is
I bought my seat.
Why are you 10% into my realm, you know?
Oh, I know it's uncomfortable of you, sir, and it was hard for you to get up those stairs. I don't give a fuck. Get out of my seat. Like, this is my seat. I know you bought one and you don't fit in it. That's on you. You should have seen the size of the seat and relented. Or you should have bought 2 seats side by side so that you could fit. It sucks, but you should pay a premium for having a, like, other people shouldn't carry the burden that you willingly decide to do. Yeah. If you're struck by God, okay, let's help these people. You know, intellectual developmental disabilities, 100% help for those individuals. They were born like that. 100% help for their whole life. People like me, it's like, no, man, like, pay a little extra for what you've done. that weighs down the plane. There's less cargo and shit. Like everything has to be calculated, and your ass is slumping over into the chair next to you and ordering 3 of the sandwiches on a plane because you can't sit down for an hour and not eat some shit. You know, like I just think it's not fair that. Well, you've already attacked fairness, but it's like I made a purposeful bad decision, and now you're paying for it. It's like I am the one that made that decision. My premium should go up.
And I'm sorry, man. I don't want to come at you like from an attacking standpoint. Like, I just see some inherent flaws in what you're proposing, and I want to see if you can elaborate a little bit, or if it's just as ludicrous as it sounds. You know, like killing people like without being judge, jury, and executioner is sometimes necessary. And it most definitely will come down to that, because the way things are, it's like it is a very, very inherent attack that we are all suffering, and we don't know why. We don't know why we feel so much anxiety, because it's flying so low under the radar, you know? So yeah, we should be upset. We should fucking fight, you know? But until then, you know, we should relax a little. Asteroids might kill us all tomorrow, so let's enjoy ourselves a little, you know?
In the last 1,000 days, how many of those days did you not have a phone or didn't look at a phone?
Oh, never.
0 out of 1,000, right?
Never.
So it's like, I wonder if that would help a lot of people to like put their phone in a lockbox every Sunday and just be like,
well, I'll tell you something, dude. I have done that. Maybe not days, but like where I literally toss my phone across the fucking room. Like, I am fried, dude. Fried. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck am I even searching? I can't even breathe. I can't even think. I don't even know what I want.
So I'm watching Fresh and Fit and they're like yelling at each other. I'm not paying attention. I'm just sitting in bed, like not even paying attention to what they're doing. I'm just like sitting and thinking about nothing. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're just sitting there watching people argue, but you're not digesting what they're saying. You're not looking at them. You're just like aimlessly just fucking just sitting there. Like there's something wrong. Like, and I think a big problem is our cell phone use. But then that makes me sound like a millennial. You damn kids with your cell phones, the Galaxy S phone or whatever. You know, like maybe, but I find it sometimes beneficial when people do that, and I implore people to try it. Just get a box, put your phone in there for all of Sunday. Get your affairs in order and tell people, hey, on Sunday I'm going on a trip. The reception might be bad. Whatever you need to do, and go one day at home or in the world without a cell phone. See how it feels like to go to the store without a cell phone and you can't look something up and you can't listen to music and you can't rock around people. You know, talk to them, because a lot of times it's like you try to make a connection with a human and they're just like.
Yeah.
It's like a safety place, but we need to be more open and loving so that when we go to and fro, we see people smile, and us biologically as a contagion says things are going good because other people are smiling, so I'm doing good.
Well, that's something amazing that you're proponing, but you know what, dude? They fucked us, dude. We are all so addicted to our cell phones. We are also addicted to our technologies. Addicted, dude. And that's why, like, I am so afraid, dude. I'm so afraid that I have no solidarity over the technologies that I wield, because now I don't have necessarily, because I am not a hypocrite when it comes to parenting, dude. Like, I try to be, I try to come at it from like the Gandhi perspective, where it's like, Gandhi, yes, my child, or whatever, how Gandhi would speak. I don't think he would come from that attitude.
Right? What up, my nigga?
Yeah, what's up, fool? What you want?
Lay it down, brother.
Yeah. 20, the use? No, Mr. Gandhi. This time...
No cool person has ever said the use before. If I went to Starbucks and they're like, yo, what up, Thomas, the use? I'd be like, what the fuck did you just call me, you piece of shit? The use? Yeah, you're used, you stupid bitch. What the fuck? The use.
Ben. Oh, all right. And the Jews?
But I knew what it meant, so I was like, hey, that's a cool new word. I like it. The use, yeah.
The Jews.
The Jew? Oh, the Kanye thing. Cool.
No.
Oh, okay.
The huge.
I was going to show you my skinhead. You go fuck yourself. You derailed everything.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
Gandhi. You know, I brought you my child, you know. I need him to stop eating candy. Tell him to stop eating candy.
Okay.
Leave. And come back in a month. But we traveled a long time. You need to cure my... I said leave. let's go. Comebacks in the month. All right, so like, I'm back. I hope you can talk to my son. He still has a candy problem. Gandhi's like, don't eat candy. Mr. Gandhi, you made me wait a whole month. And you made me come back and make the long ass trip. And that's all you're going to say? Like, okay, fine. But like, why'd you make me wait a whole month? And Gandhi's like, well, I needed to make sure that I could stop my candy addiction before I scolded the kid.
God damn it. He had to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. So what essentially I get from the story is like, though I have the superior knowledge, though I have the ability to know that cell phones are bad rather than a child, or in this case, candy, I am still falling prey to these things. So rather than saying, don't do that, learn how to not do that yourself. And then teach the person.
You seek a cure and you're cured. Please tell me how.
Yeah. Instead of like demonizing you and making you feel like a fucking just inadequate because like you're sick, because you have an addiction, because you cannot stop. And it's like, instead of helping you, I was like, hey man, like,
with my weight loss, random ass people, my Aunt Vicky, who's like the most random of all. How'd you do it? Can I go over? Can I do what you do? Because she sees me and she's like, what the fuck? Like, I saw him on Christmas. He's a fat piece of shit. I saw him now.
You know
he's
what's
a bit
funny,
smaller.
dude? Like, it could be me, somebody who, as you say, is fit looking. Mm-hmm. And if I go to this individual and I say, oh, I know the secrets for weight loss and all this shit. Like, well, obviously you know something. But like, what are you saying? What are you insinuating? Are you insulting me? Are you like, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like, I am here, and if you want to be on my level,
learn.
Yeah, but in your case, it's like, I went through the fire to change myself on my own. No pushback, no nothing, no nobody to tell me, and it's just like I looked in the mirror, and people look at that and they say, I need a little bit of that. Like, it's not the fucking diet, it's not the regime, it's like, I need that mentality to rub off on me.
Yeah,
you know?
I need those principles. Once I have those principles, I'll be powerful enough to lose weight.
Yeah, so it's like, to be not the boss, not the man, but to be the leader of at least your own goddamn self, you know?
So people don't understand that Alcoholics Anonymous is a Christian-based organization. Okay. And one of the first rules, I don't know if it's the first rule, I'm pretty sure it is. If you're an alcoholic out here, sorry, I said it wrong. But it's like, you learn that you have become powerless over your addiction and you need a greater power to come and help you. Where it's like the baseline. Where I'm at, cannot do it. I need to reach up to something. There's hope. There's something I can reach up to, but I need to reach up to something. And they say it like that, so you're not like, I'm not going to reach up to God. I'm atheist. Cool, not God, but reach up to something else, because you and what you're doing right now is powerless. Reach out to someone better than you, because you're powerless. If you were powerful, you would have never become an alcoholic. You would be able to control it, but you can't. So reach up. Yeah. Reach up. Keep reaching up, you know?
That's how they got Hitler. And, well first, I want to tell you why I was laughing. Because I saw this clip from Family Guy. It was Peter Griffin and God stuck in an elevator. And so, like, Peter Griffin took some liberties to ask him some questions. Like, I've got next to me, like, we're stuck in an elevator. Might as well ask him some juicy questions. Yeah. Motherfucker asked him. It's like, do atheists go to hell? No. Okay. And what about the spiritual people that are not really religious, but like they just blah blah blah? Yes, those spiritual people, they go straight down to hell. They don't have any fucking room for redemption.
I hate that shit. I hate when people are like, I truly believe this, and you're all like, okay, what about this in your life? Oh well, judge not lest you be judged. I'm like, nah, you stupid bitch, you got caught. Like, come on. Like, you believe in it, that's fine, but instead, you should tell me I'm a hypocrite and I sin, and I do that, but I'm advising other people not to. No, instead they're like, oh no, that's different, because I'm like, it's just like your question about what do we do with women, and I'm like, okay, well, if you get to the bottom of the line, I know what you're asking. We kill them. But that sounds so controversial for me to say. But it's like, at the end of my principle is, come on. It's because I see them as the same as the school shooters at whatever.
Well, I mean, like what I was trying to dig is, and again, I have to fucking repeat. This is just hypotheticals,
Yeah.
and this is just like food for thought, you know. And that's kind of like why the show is gonna be. It's gonna be an interesting one because when I listen to other podcasts, it's so superficial, and when we talk about some fucking crazy shit, dude. We go there.
I think a big part of it is you're willing to be ugly and a disgusting sinner, and I'm willing to be an ugly, disgusting sinner.
Yes.
So when we're talking, it's like, yeah, I can't be a judge because I'm a little too fucked up and want to kill everyone. And it's like, oh. Yeah. But how many people in society would be like, oh, no, I'm right because I'm the righteous one. I'm at least, like, me and you are able to be like, yeah, I'm a little bit of a bitch when it comes to that. And it's like, cool, you don't have to stand on a pedestal of perfection. You could stand on your lowly little crate and say, this is how high up I am, but I don't know where I'm going.
You know what's funny? On paper, you look at the Copelands and all these people coming out on Sunday morning TV, like trying to evangelize the world with their fucking half-hour shows.
Yeah.
And you come to realize that, like, on paper, they're the angels and we're the demons. We're the scum of the earth. But quite frankly, me being so in touch with the evil that lies within me, the capabilities that I have, like, not to do benevolent things. I think to do benevolent things, I still don't know my capabilities. I haven't tried that hard. I don't know if I can build a skyscraper. I don't know if I could build a mosque. I don't know if I could feed the poor. But I could tell you something. I could destroy a skyscraper. I could demolish a religion.
You can figure it out, right?
Yeah, and I could starve the world if I choose to. I like to be a god of destruction is only one bad decision away. And to be a god of creation is work, dude. It's meditation, it's stretching, it's crying, it's feeding yourself and your soul something more than burgers and fries. You know, it's like it's trying to get away from the primal, but accepting it as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's there's a weird concept just like that, but I'm trying to think where it was. Oh, it's the apostles came up to Jesus and said, Rabbi, you know, we've been quarreling amongst ourselves and we want to know which will be the greatest in your kingdom. Because your kingdom's coming and we want to know who's going to be the greatest. Who's going to be your right-hand man.
Who's your favorite, bro?
Yeah, basically. He's like, I tell you verily that if any of you wishes to become the best, you must be the best in my kingdom, you must become the least. And the least will be the greatest and the greatest will be least. For on that day, there are going to be women who go out into the fields with their waxes and burn them throughout the day. And when the party comes for them to come into the bridegroom ceremony, they will run out of wax and tell the other women, we ran out of wax. Please give us some of your wax so that we may enter the party of the bridegroom. And the other woman will say, no, we conserved our wax all day long because we knew the party was coming up. Go to the market and buy some more. We're going to go to the party. And they shut the doors on the party, and that's it. They can never get in. They go to the store to try to buy their precious wax. Every place is closed, and there's no one who could help them. If they only maintained the wax they had in the beginning and kept it throughout the day instead of expending it on stupidities, then in their older age, they could go to the party and have fun. Instead, they wasted all the wax, and now they have to go to the stores and work to get more wax so that they could just survive, whereas they could have been at a party at the end. So it's like, at this time, hold in your resentment, hold in your anger, hold in your hatred, hold in your sin. Let out all the things that are good and pure like the light, so that at the end of the day, you have enough wax to go to the party. It's a weird analogy for women, and it doesn't make sense in our culture. But when you go to a bridegroom's party in the olden times, they would give you good ass gifts. So you'd go prepared and pretty and stuff, because instead of everyone giving the bridegroom gifts, the bridegroom gives everyone gifts as a display that I'm a good enough man to take care of your cousin, to take care of your daughter, to take care of your child. Look at the gift I get. Yeah. I gave you a Maserati. How are you not going to trust that I could buy for her? So you get good ass gifts and you want to go to a party of someone fancy. But at the beginning of the party, the guy says, tell all the women in the city they're welcomed.
Yeah. Okay. So the grim hustle guy that I showed you, the old school looking mafia guy.
Okay.
He might be just a fucking actor with the tattoos, right?
Yeah.
But what he says is like something very similar, but it pertains not necessarily to resources and money and energy, right? but in particular anger. That whenever you lose control of your anger and you let it loose, remember you said keep those things, your resentment, your anger, your lust, etc.
Yeah.
When you let loose of your rage, it's like you had accumulated bundles of wood throughout the winter and you burnt it all out in one night, you know?
Yeah. You wasted it. And now you need it and you don't have it.
Yeah, you had the whole winter busting your ass off getting this wood. And just because you got angry, you burnt everything down.
And where's the fire when you need it?
Well, now tomorrow, your daughter's going to come over and it's going to be cold as fuck. And how are you going to explain to her that because of your stupidity? Because that's all we could chalk down anger as rage, as fury, as power. But it's cowardice, it's fear, and it's stupidity, you know?
Yeah, it's intelligent fear is discernment. Normal fear is ridiculous. Let's get ready for the cough storm. Starting in 5, 4,
I'm not going to hold it
3, 2. No, you're good.
So the problem is when I hold it in.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Because this one's it's my tonsils started flaring up. I'm like, I'm done with that one.
Yeah. Well, they start flaring up now.
It felt good, but with that flare up, I'm like, nah. There's something in that's not helping me. You know. So, if anyone wants to know, I take it to help me sleep. It really does.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think we are 3.5 hours. What do you think? Should we call it a day?
I mean, we could just go 3.5 more just to even it out. You know? God damn it. Why not,
Thomas? But I appreciate you coming on. As always, like this is the show that hosts Mr. Thomas Sanchez.
It was like a calmer show, but I feel like there's a lot of like substance in it. I feel like it's more than just like that stupid shit happened. I feel like it's like deep and it's like there's parts in the show that I'm like I guess I'm not the best at that discernment because like yeah, it kind of sucks that we're just killing fucking women who have abortions. Like you got abortion, like that doesn't seem right either. Like come on, the principle of the sanctity of life is hurt and hindered because you also kill the woman.
Yeah, so it's safe to say though that in this hypothetical, I'm your like chancellor. I'm like your grand priest. I'm like your consigliere. You know, like you make a decision, but you counsel with me first.
I don't get mad when people like present me with things that like I have to think about and I don't know the answer. But I do bite my lip. I'm like, fuck, what the fuck?
No, and
you know,
and,
it's good.
And one thing that has become apparent in terms of when we do a podcast is that it's a mental spar, dude. Like that's what's fun about us. Like we don't necessarily lace up the gloves and start punching each other in the face.
Yeah.
Like what we do is something far more classical. It's more eloquent even.
A lot of the things I'm listening to what you're saying and your intention. So I never falsely accuse you of some ridiculousness. Where a lot of times these conversations, they go into false accusations. So it'd be like, oh, so you just want women to have like 1 million abortions and you're okay with that? And it's like, bro, I didn't say that. That's not my intention. In what I said was like, maybe killing them is too strict, but I also disagree with abortion. So we need to find a middle ground. To which later on I'm thinking, I'm like, what's a good middle ground?
Killing them.
Oh, well, at least at this point, letting the father get out. And maybe in a future point, you've had 3 abortions. Like, you know, because I think of like all the options you had. And I'm like, wow, you used a condom and spermicide and the pill and he had a vasectomy and you still got pregnant? Hallelujah. Oh, wait, no, it's just some dude you met at Cincinnati who jizzed into you? Oh, you didn't take any precautions, did you? No, he was hot. Of course he was. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get the procedure done and kill that fucking...
He said he was going to pull out.
Yeah, he said he was going to pull out. Okay, well, let's kill that motherfucker. And what color was the father? Black. Okay, we need to make sure we keep those stats.
Man, the abortion situation it's a conundrum because part of me feels like it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just like it's like it's something that like nuclear weapons, right? Boy, is that just a catastrophe awaiting to happen. But given the times, I am glad that we have nuclear weapons. And I think I'm just going to leave that at that, you know?
Yeah, we already opened Pandora's box on that. We can't delete them. We know how to make them, so what the fuck?
Yeah.
We know how to make the recipe. We know how to make the pancakes. Now we can't get mad with people wanting cinnamon rolls. But it's like with the women thing, I always come back to the same thing, which is shaming language. It's not that hard to not get pregnant. It really isn't. I know plenty of women who don't get pregnant and they don't have pregnancy scares. And like all it takes is to not put a penis in your vagina. Yeah, and I know that's difficult and easier said than done, but that's all it really takes. And
I got on Twitter, and the first thing I see is some chick saying that like it's a really tough time for her since she's not having sex, you know.
Okay, so I don't care. You have no sympathy for me.
But
Like, go without sex, bitch. It's not that hard. Like, what the fuck? You're acting like going without sex is going without water. Like,
but like the fact that she's vocalizing that on Twitter, like what the fuck even is that? You know?
no one wants to have sex with me. I'm so lonely. DM's open.
Yeah. Like
babe, you
like,
want to have sex?
Like, I think that a woman's test to see how much risk she has at the particular moment, because man, sometimes I wake up feeling like my shit don't stink and like I'm just like snapping my finger every fucking step I take, you know, like I'm on cloud 9, dude. But there's days where I wake up and I'm like, fuck me. Like I hate myself, you know? And it's like women have the ability to do that, to wake up and say, fuck me. I hate myself. And then be like, am I wifey material? And post.
Like,
It's like, oh yeah, baby, marry me. You're so beautiful. You're the woman of my dreams. Oh my God, I just want to fuck again.
I always have what I call good ideas for inventions, but since we're on a podcast and you're thinking about, maybe some other stuff, what I was thinking is we pull up on the screen and we're talking and stuff. We make a fake girl profile and we live how fast it takes a girl to how fast it takes a guy to want to fuck a girl, like we put it like a fake profile on Tinder or something. We get it on our phones. We match it to the screen.
Okay.
And we make her hot. We make her a thottie. We put like all the things that you would want to hear. The whole like, I just broke up and I don't give a fuck right now. Who's up?
Yeah.
Like some slutty thing, but make her semi-hot, like believable. And then on live, see like these men and what they say, what they do, because it's like a lot of people talk about that, but no one has like showed it in live,
And you know what's crazy? I bet you a lot of guys could possibly do that too, where like they use that commodity, attention, to soothe their loneliness. So maybe they're not necessarily in the fucking market. Maybe nobody gives a fuck about them. But if they post a Stacy online, then they can have a connection with this dude from Australia. And goddamn, baby, you look so great. I'm going to fly my jet over to New York and I hope I get to see you. Yeah. And the guy's like eating Cheetos like, man, this is getting good,
Yeah, like hey, we got him. And it's entertainment. And it's just like, because of that, I'm like, you haven't had sex in a while? Like, plug it into the wall and get the Gyro Pleasure 9000. Like,
yeah, but what is crazy. That though? Because like at the end of the day, also, like masturbation can only get you so far. Sex seems to be the manifestation of a need of connection, in my estimation.
Yes, I agree.
So the way we're using it in and of itself is wrong, right? But like masturbation is just the band-aid that we use for loneliness.
You're against the idea of like the Super Squirter 9000? But I'm telling you, that man who comes over I'm
not against it.
Oh well, okay. You enjoy the Super Squirter 9000, okay? But
I'm pro. I am pro sex toys. I'm pro spicing things up in the bedroom.
But
I'm doing whatever the fuck you want.
But what I'm saying is that if you don't use the Super Squirter 9000, you're gonna call some guy and he's essentially the same thing. You're masturbating with a guy because there's no connection.
No, yeah.
You didn't establish anything.
I understand, but like, all I'm saying is that like a great way to start closing the bridge between degeneracy and some sort of consensus that we're gonna have sexual relations with each other, but we're just not gonna do it on this scale, where we're having 50% of black or African American or whatever is the politically correct way to saying
they determine
black
that
babies are getting murdered.
They determine that because the mother is black. So black mothers are having those abortions, not black babies. But come on,
black babies are dying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
and so
at least half black babies are dying.
50%.
Yeah,
that's a staggering number. And to say that like, okay, there's returning customers and all this shit. It's like, fuck, man, this is beyond me. But like, yeah, the vibrator stuff and it's like, it's love what we want.
Yes.
It's not anything else.
Love is a cure.
Yeah. And perhaps we will go to the grave knowing this and seeing that the world never got close to realizing, because the individual is totally different to the society, you know? But with that,
can I tell you one more story about society?
Yes.
There's a society out there. It's a free love society. And by free love, it's like a compound. They mean free love, which means any man, woman, or child has the right to request sex from any man, woman, or child in the compound.
Okay.
Because they're that free loving. So like they'll be doing office work and shit, or they'll be doing like whatever the fuck they do, and they'll just randomly have sex with whoever, guy, girl, kid, whatever. It's like a big old compound that had to like get raided and stopped because they were abusing children. Mm-hmm. But it's like that same compound could exist if they deleted all the children and said no child is allowed. Then that could have happened, and it's like, what do we do about that situation? Like that sounds crazy because like kids are gonna be popping out, and it's gonna, they're gonna be getting pregnant all the time, and free love that much, and it's crazy. There's people with ideologies that are so different from mine, but then it's like, that's how they like to live. Should we let them? And I'm like, well, if they're not doing anything wrong and they're taking care of the kids and not having sex with them, it's weird. But is there something wrong? Is there something not right with being in a community where you just have sex with anyone? Like, the assumption is you're 18, so you consent to be there. But what if you were raised by one of those family members and you were taught your whole life that that's the right thing to do? Why not?
I think you could go to any orgy and feel kind of weird. And if you feel kind of weird, you're doing something weird, dude.
Yeah, but that's society. That's society. That's that group of people.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, because I always revert back, and I'm always going to revert back from here on out to North Korea and what they do to the people. They don't know until they know.
Yeah.
Like to your point about rape or like just hedonistic sex.
Heathen, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same over there. But like you have women getting raped over there and sexually harassed. And it's just like, well, that happened. But it's like, what happened? They don't know. They don't have a word for it. They don't have a word for sex. They don't have a word for like oppression. They don't have a word for sadness. Because if you don't have a society that can conceptualize sadness, then you cannot say, oh, I'm depressed, I'm not going to go to work. Oh, I'm too fucking tired. They don't have those kind of negative
You're depressed? That sounds like an illness. You need medical treatment in North Korea? No. Or are you going to work tomorrow?
No, dude. You're going to work.
Oh, you're going to work tomorrow? Yeah. You don't have sadness? That's a medical illness, right? You don't have sadness? You love living in this country, right?
Dude, North Korea doesn't have sadness.
I know we don't.
Like the word sadness.
I know we don't. So you love living in this country?
You go to their dictionaries and it doesn't say, yeah, you love
but what I'm saying is it's nothing but a control thing. And it's like, if you're saying you're feeling sad or expressing that, like, I'm feeling low energy, they come to you. What's going on? What, you're not doing good at work? Yeah. You don't love living in this country? Maybe we could help you at a medical, and then you go,
bang.
Yeah, like, cool. Oh, we weren't able to help her. Oh, no, she's currently stationed in a work camp in the north, and we're here, we're providing for her so that she could recover from her illness.
So I'm actually talking about Kiyomi. She's been coming out on a lot of podcasts. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, people should check out her story. It's staggering, the things that people are going through in this day and age. Like, how am I enjoying such a beautiful conversation with my friend in front of this fucking computer and microphones and cameras and what have you, and goddamn, like, we have fucking soundproofing, whatever the fuck, and we have fucking, like, it doesn't stop. When you say we're living in luxury, we are. Like,
what does this thing do?
God fucking knows, but it does one thing, and it's what I want, and
Yeah.
and when I want it, because all I have to do is press the goddamn button, and little smoke comes out.
And you throw it away when it's done, and it's easy cleanup, easy. They make it so easy for us.
Meanwhile, there's people mining cobalt day and night with their fucking newborn children, just like this,
Yeah.
mining cobalt, and those conditions are not OSHA approved. Let me tell you.
If I took one of those childs and told them, you work as hard as in cobalt mines, but you work that hard here in the United States, how rich is that kid?
That's why this immigrant mentality is crazy, dude. There's this one guy called Manny Koshman. This guy was about to be inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Irani military at 14.
Okay.
So the father he was a wealthy man. He had a business and shit. He had to let it all go and escape Iran. So his son wouldn't be fucking put in the military, drafted rather.
Yeah. It's a very scary thing when they start taking the children, and they are going to start taking the children.
Yeah. So like, I think that if things move too quickly, they cannot do that. I think though we are the minority, there's too many of us still. There's too many individuals who are willing to go there. You know, they need to reduce, they need more time. And I think that this is going to be this communistic air is going to be more evident in 2030. It appears that the World Economic Forum posted something on Twitter in 2011, which says, you own nothing, you have nothing, and you are happy. And then there's a person just like,
Yeah.
let me see if I could find it.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. World Economic Forum. Yeah. And
who goes to,
we're getting closer and closer to that.
I mean, we should be closing the fucking show, but
Look,
I mean,
look at your laptop. You own any of those videos? Are those yours?
they're all mine, bro.
No, none of them are yours.
But I mean, I have access to them.
Yeah, but none of them are yours.
Well, I mean, do I want them to be mine to begin with?
Well,
What I want-
if you need to know that knowledge before they erase it.
I mean, here's the thing: like, do I want to own the Bugatti or do I want to rent the Bugatti and drive the Bugatti? Either way, I'm in the Bugatti. You know.
Yeah, and they'll just go ahead and decide to erase the word of, sadness or the word of freedom or the word of censorship. So you don't know the concept, so you're not afraid that it's happening,
Well, that's why they don't want people to be educated, because you and I can conceptualize dictatorships. We can conceptualize what seems to be freedom declining into communism.
They don't want people educated. I went through public education in America. It seems like they're trying to teach us stuff. Someone sarcastic would say.
Let's see if I could find this motherfucker.
You're just looking for where it says that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was looking for the video, actually.
Yeah.
SAP World Economic Forum 2030. 2030.
By 2030, you will owe nothing and you will be happy. World Economic Forum. We're protecting you.
Everything the Great Reset wants by their 2030. Yeah, they're going to do some crazy shit in 2030, dude. I don't know what it is, though.
If it's in 2030, we need to prepare. It's getting to the point of survival.
How many years? 7 years we have?
Yeah, it's 2023, 7 years.
Cool.
In one more Jubilee.
A Jubilee.
Mm-hmm.
What is a Jubilee?
I believe it's a 7-year period of the Jewish culture where all debts have to be cut off after the 7th year in a holy celebration of all that God provides for us, where all debts are cleared in Jewish societies.
Was Vice 2 years ago?
I don't know.
You know what I mean by Vice being Vice, right?
Yeah. If it didn't switch over to some other named company. Like Break or whatever.
Okay. even better. Russell Brand was talking about this shit 2 years ago. And if you don't know Russell Brand, you could probably imagine that you don't know who he is, but when you see him, you're like, oh, it's that guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know anything he's ever done other than he's the guy on videos on YouTube.
well, I know him from like rom-coms, dude. Like he was an actor, but he saw the fallacy in Hollywood and he got enlightened and he dropped the heroin and picked up the fucking mic. And
Where'd he drop it? Oh wait, sorry.
we're still recording.
Oh, sorry. Shit.
Damn.
I don't know. Like the last 30 minutes has been Jesse look up a video, but we'll be happy. I wonder how much his t-shirt cost. It's really nice.
He probably thrifted it.
Razor blades are expensive. Recall, all these people are just humans, just like you are.
God damn. All the Avengers? What the shit?
Yeah, the only one that's not a human is Xi Jinping, who is a bear with a red t-shirt and yellow skin.
He's a fury. Okay.
Yeah
He talks quite a bit. You will. Okay, so there's a picture that says, you will own nothing and you will be happy. My question is, if you don't own anything, then who does? Who controls it? Great question.
Yeah, who does? There's things, and I won't own them, so who will? Right?
Let's see. Well, I want to own something, right?
You will own nothing. You'll be happy, okay? Or else. So I think we're already in realm of like getting like a MCMA or something, because we're just watching Russell Brand do his whole thing. I think we need to cut that out.
Well,
It might need to.
it's just a little.
It gave us a DSMA strike, but it's true that they think like you're not gonna own anything. You're gonna rent it all. You're gonna get your phone and go on an Uber. You're not gonna have your own car. You're not gonna have.
Yeah, but like when I'm barely fucking finding out about all this, like Sir Davos, like the Economic Forum stuff, like I did not know about this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns out that the elites and the Matrix, that's where they get together.
They're all working together, but now they're doing it openly. And I believe they've always worked together, but now they're doing it openly. Wars are not established because we're afraid of the grievances someone else caused.
Well, I mean,
war is established because the mathematician decided it needs to.
I mean, public discord is man-made for a reason. You know, it's like it's better to be conquered, and divide and conquer is a statement that holds true till this day, and it will always be true. You know, because who the fuck wants the fucking people to be unified and thinking as one? You know.
Yeah, it's what I always say is that whenever the revenue for the restaurant industry is going down in the United States at a significant rate that would hurt the economy, some shit goes down live while people have to be glued on their screen to see what the fuck happens. So protests attacking the El Paso Community College or something, and watch live. So you're anxious of watching it. So you're like, Uber Eats something, like this is crazy shit that's happening. here in our city here, and the revenue goes up. So you thought the point of the article was just to inform you of what's going down, but it's actually a ploy to like change economics hotspot areas so that we could make more revenue.
Well, I
when we
mean,
need it.
you're gonna see that a lot with Trump, especially nowadays. Like they're gonna be very scandalous in the way they portray their bleeding title, and they're gonna try to fucking crucify him at the stake. And then when you look into it, whatever the fuck they're proposing is nothing but like Trump saying that he wiped his ass or that he woke up at the wrong side of bed. You're like, dude, why are you fucking writing these scandalous fucking titles?
Yeah, it's the commercials that you receive here in where we're at is different than the commercials you would receive in Colorado. Is different from the commercials you would receive in New York, and they always gear towards the political ideology of the location. So it's like we're not all giving the same information. There are populations that are completely not given information.
Mainstream media seems to have this copy and paste format in terms of where it's at. It doesn't matter if it's regional or anything like that. Like you look KFox here or in Denver, it's the same shit. You CNN here,
They sound the same and everything.
they have a script, dude. But like, look, man, we're already at 4 hours. I think we should leave the CNN thing for another day. But fuck CNN. I think Fox News is trying. It's still mainstream media. And I'm sorry, guys, but yeah, we're not experts, but we're definitely going to kick your ass. Like, we're babies, dude. We're fucking babies in the grand scheme of things. And Fox News is a legacy. It's
IP.
Legacy companies, you know. But best believe that the revolution is coming, you know.
Hopefully, because the cavalry didn't set up whenever they told you to close your businesses. So I doubt the cavalry will set up whenever they start executing some of y'all.
Yeah, there's don't expect the cavalry.
Woot woot.
It's gonna be a suicide mission.
Hopelessness. God damn it.
Kamikaze! Ouch!
Woot woot.
Alrighty,
Ouch.
guys.
What's hurt?
I scratch my head.
Nice, nice.
Alrighty, guys. Well, this was another episode of the Word Post Show. We shall return.
4 hours. Let's go.
Yeah, 4 hours. New record.
Woot woot.
We come in peace, the warrior, poet, shout.
Here with the warrior poet, spitting out the facts, artillery loaded, perfecting our craft, yeah you know we devoted. I know what I want, so I'm staying focused. You hitting up my line, it's on do not disturb. Don't need a fool who can't even back up his words. Had to burn bridges and take different roads. You might think I'm toxic, but homie, I got goals.